Hey, Scott. Yeah, there's only one way I can give a wrench to anybody. You have to go make a comment on one of my old broadcasts. Rusty, they're all crying or they're making fun of me. Oh, he doesn't know how to delete his streams. Why should I delete my streams? What do you think I fucking go live for? Well, it'd be stupid for me to delete my fucking streams. How do you think people are going to find out about Billy Hayden? So if you want a wrench, my side chat's going to be open, Scott. You guys are all welcome to use my side chat, Rocky, all you guys. All right? Because we're going to counter you, Rusty. You're going to fucking serve me papers. I'm sitting here waiting. I'll record the cops coming to the door. Send them. Send them, you stupid fucking cunt. I'm going to go take a shower and make me some breakfast, Scott. I'll check my dashboard. If I see your comment, I'll put a wrench on. If you don't get it, you guys can, my side chat's open. Oh, little acid drip. Oh, what's the matter? You called the cops? Your little friend Rusty gonna sue me? I'm sitting right here waiting for the papers. I'm waiting for a sheriff or somebody to show up at my door to make me go to court wherever she fucking lives. You fuckers are triggered. I got you fuckers bent right over. I'm waiting for my coffee to boil. See how nice it is outside? So I ain't going to be here very long. I just went live just to give Rusty the opportunity to come up and, speak to the masses. What the fuck are you going to do? You can't do shit, Marie. What are you going to do to me? Huh? JC stuffed Gotti last night. I watched that whole fucking thing. Now, JC, I don't believe that Gotti made you come up here. You came up here on your own free will because you're mad at Gotti. And you notice, JC, I don't kick you or anything like that. You actually have value to me, JC. You're valuable to me, JC. I can't afford to lose you. Now, Rusty, on the other hand, her and her fucking sycophants, the acid drip and Shannon and all. Shannon wouldn't let me up on her panel. I tried. She's a chicken shit. You're a chicken shit motherfucker, Shannon. You ain't got shit, acid drip. You got skinny little tiny arms. Well, Rusty's out there bragging that you're fucking sticking up for her. Sorry, squirrel, I don't have any peanuts. I haven't bought any peanuts. And it's driving them crazy. I'm probably going to go this morning. It's nice out. Yeah, I'm going to go walking around town. I got friends all over the place and family. Acid drip calling some fucking police station. He thinks America is under one police station. What a dumb motherfucker. He has no idea what jurisdiction means. You're a dumb fucker, acid drip. Giving yourself away. These police stations, you doing this, right? Getting calls. Eventually, you're going to fucking get hung for that, acid drip. You're not doing any good. Now, this is what I look like when I'm clean out of the shower. About it, Rusty. My Peter's clean. You want to fucking put your lips on it? I know you do. Huh? I wouldn't let you touch my fucking Peter. Hey, Wolfie, your little girlfriend here, Marie Lubopina, she's pretty worked up. She's a fat, ugly bitch, and that is her fucking picture. Oh, well, he's got one picture. Well, that's what you look like. Great big, fat, fucking hippopotamus fucking orangutan face. You're such an idiot, acid drip. You're lucky that other people don't have wrenches in this chat because you'd been timed out. Fucking, let's see, 7:30. You posted 10 minutes ago. You would have been timed out. About it, Rusty. What are you gonna do, Rusty? Huh? What are you gonna do? You gonna sit around and say I can't do anything about you? Yeah, I can. I already have. You guys are all fucking bothered. Why don't you come on up, Rusty? Here, I'll post the link. Okay. I promise I won't let anybody up. You can bring your crew with you if you want. You suck, fucks. I wanted to come up on your panel, JC, when that was going on with God, but I got to do things right. It's all in the timing. See, Gotti, I'm not going to stop JC from coming in here. She did the other day. It fucking made me giggle. And she's right. You're trying to goad her. You're trying to goad me. You thought for sure I'd go up on JC's panel yesterday when you were up there. I caught you right from the get-go. I watched the whole fucking thing. And you fucking turned on her. This is what you guys get for trying to silence people's voices. That's the issue. How dare you, Rusty? This is a chat. You're going to fucking try to shut people up. You're talking about me. Oh, I'm going to sue you. I'm taking you to court. What fucking court? Over YouTube chat. You want me to post my police number again? And you can call them again. I'll put the court's number up there if you want. I got Stan's number. There's 2 judges. You have a village judge and you have a town judge. Stan Young is the town judge. What is it with you, Acid, and claiming that we're racist? You fucking stupid. I mean it too, Zenny. When are you going to denounce this fucking dumb fuck? I don't care if you're half Indian or what the fuck you are. We're all human. We all bleed red. What difference does it fucking make? Now, I'm an American. You guys can say all you want. Well, you immigrant. Fucking America is fucking bounded by immigrants. I think you better check to see where fucking George Washington was born, you dumb fucker. Same with Thomas Jefferson. And a few other people. German Jews were here right from the get start. Kazimir Pulaski was one of them. From mainland Europe. Not only did the French hate the English, but they hated the fucking Germans. And you can see why. People like Whippermantle. Not all of them. The good ones came here and founded this country. ODV, why is the White House called the White House? And then ODV answers because it's painted white. And they laughed at him. And then they said, Google it. So I helped ODV out. I already knew the answer. All I had to do is say limestone and whitewash. What a dumb fuck. Here's your opportunity, Rusty. Come on. I'm rolling a joint. I got to go check on my water. Marie Lupapina, what gives you the right to say I can't talk about you or anybody else around here, up here on my own panel? What gives you that fucking right? You ain't got that right. Come on up, Rusty. What court are you filing in? Fucking hilarious. You're not very smart, Rusty. I hate calling you Rusty. Now, who the fuck would want to be like Cher Bono? Good grief. You don't look like her. There's no Mexican in her. She's fucking Cherokee, half Cherokee. Cherokee people, Cherokee tribe. And then there's the song Half Breed. Is that racist? Cher must be racist singing that song that many years ago. I was just a kid. What about it, Rusty? What court did you file papers in? Did you file a brief? You ain't got no fucking lawyer. Lawyers are 50, 60, 70, some of them $100 an hour. Depending on where you live. Rusty thinks she has a legal mind. I hear fucking spewing her fucking garbage. Now you're gonna sue me? This is the biggest fucking news out here. This for as far as the chats turn. Rusty, there you go. There's the link, Rusty. Come on up. I dare you. I double dog dare you, Rusty. Come on up. JC would love to see this. JC wants to see me take your ankles, put them right up behind your ears, and just pound you like the fucking dog you are. I wouldn't do that, though. I have better taste than that. I have more class than that, Rusty. Hope you're listening, Wolfie, because I mean every fucking word I say. This bitch wants to fucking do what? Call the cops on me and have me arrested for what? Because I said her name up on my panel in a YouTube chat? Floor is open for you, Rusty. You don't dare come up here, Rusty. You do not dare talk to me one-on-one. Almost went up on JC's panel yesterday. And, no, we'll let this play out because it was funny. Gotti got schooled by JC. I agreed with everything you did with him, JC. Fucking paper don't want to work. Didn't want to fucking last paper out of that pack. Fucking squirrels. Eating machine, them fucking squirrels. Wow, it's early. So there's the invitation. Anybody who would like to post a link to something. I don't click on a lot of links. I don't, you know what I mean? Unless I know what they really are, you know what I mean? Mary's saying, no bad links, no bad links. You know, if I had someone that was moderating, post all the links you want. I don't give a fuck. Doesn't mean I'm going to click on them. Somebody like me, never even been out in the computer world, just started in 2017, and look at this. About it, Rusty. There's the link. You can't do much yet. I don't think, wherever you are, you're 3 hours behind me. I don't think the court's open yet. See, Rusty, I'm going to educate some of these people, and I'm going to refresh a lot of people's minds about how our justice system works. Just because you call the cops doesn't mean that person's getting arrested. Then you guys get mad when the cops they don't do what you want them to do. Acid Trip just exhibited it. He threatened that cop station with fucking Muslims going to fly planes into their windows. For Christ's sakes. He's calling me racist and he's making terrorist threats to some police department in California. Oh, God. That's your buddy there, Paul Beach Life. Are you proud of that? You see the fucking arms on that? How the hell is he going to defend fucking... I can see him on a dance floor and somebody grabbing Rusty by the wrist, dragging her out to dance, and he's going to try to hold her back or beat the guy off. Oh, fucker. You see the arms on that motherfucker? I'm going to go to Empress Chinchilla's channel and I'm going to show you. He's got that fucker up there. I got the picture somewheres too, but it's just so easy because I'm subscribed to Chinchilla. And he put his stuff back up there. That fucker holding a beer and a cigarette with his shirt off. That motherfucker's got it. I've seen 13-year-old girls with bigger arms than that, and they're petite. You could fart on the fucking Acid Patel, and that fucker would fall over. You should have stuck with rum, Rusty. What a fucktard. Come on, you losers. Click on my link and come on up. I dare you. Wiggins not here. It's just me. Wiggin doesn't like me. Me, I like everybody. I'm a people person. Wiggin really isn't a people person. Not unless they're people he knows. JC knows. JC knows what you're up to, Gotti. She stuffed you like a fucking pepper yesterday. She turned you into a cabbage roll, Gotti. JC did. Fucking Guzman. That must have really bothered you because you were using my picture with the Guzman name the other day on JT's. It's been a while. He hasn't streamed. Why is that? JT, how come you haven't multi-streamed with me? I mean, I can understand JC not wanting to do it. She's got her own little thing going on there, And like she said, she hasn't bothered me. She hasn't. I mean, some of the people that are friends with her that, they troll for, it's not like she really sends them out. They do it on their own, really. Right? But no, she hasn't really bothered me. She's right. And I haven't bothered her. I almost started posting in her chat. It was so fucking funny watching it. Is my coffee cool enough to drink? Alicia knows. Alicia was serious when she said she didn't want war with Billy Hayden, and I wasn't going to wage war. I just react to Wiggin, whatever, no big deal. Still, at the end of the day, I'll buy the right people a beer, and that's the end of it. And we just go on. Rusty, you're just obsessed. You want us to talk about you. You gonna call the cops in my village again? That guy's up early. I don't know if you can hear them motorcycles when they go by. All my friends. Most of the people in Governor that ride, we all know each other. And we hang out. Some of us play cards together. Sometimes there's 8 people at that fucking card table playing Texas Hold'em. No limit. A lot of money on the table. You get 8 people buy in for $100. That's $800 in the till. Last time I played, I won. It went a lot, $100, but still doubled my money. Why do you do this, Marie? You gonna take me to court? You know how you're saying why don't you just do it? Don't say it. All of a sudden I get served papers. It's the way it works. You can't just call a judge and the judge is going to drag somebody into court. There has to be a crime committed or there has to be a civil legal issue. You have neither one. And there's 2 types of cases. You have a civil case and you have a criminal case. That's it. And there's the presumption of innocence. Just because you're arrested doesn't mean you're guilty. You have to be found guilty in a court of law. But they bastardized that. So, Rusty, after you fail at this, are you going to admit your failure or are you just going to continue? Because that's what you do. Fucking loudmouth. That's why I call you Blabber and Bibba. Because all you do is blabber. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Moni, I'm on your side on this. I have been all along. Can't stand the bitch. She's an ignorant fuck. She needs a fucking taste slapped right out of her fucking mouth. She really does. She's an ignorant, harassing bitch. And you should be ashamed, Wolfie, for being fucking friends with this motherfucker. I don't find it funny. JC, you owe me an apology. You fucking kept saying that I doxed your daughter when you know it's not the fucking truth. So you need to come clean with me, JC. The reason you come up on my panel, you sat there yesterday and said Gotti made you come up here. No, he didn't. You come up here on your own. You made that choice to come up here to go after Gotti, JC. That's just so disingenuous of you, JC. You know, if you want my support, you're gonna have to fucking support me too, JC, because I'm not gonna do it, as you can see. So keep sucking Gotti's ass. You love him anyway. You never tell me you love me. I'm a lot funnier than Gotti is. I don't trash people like Gotti does. Gerald. Hey, girl. I I see it pop up, but I'm too busy thinking what I want to say. I'm drinking my coffee, about ready to light this joint. And I'm hungry. She's suing me, hey girl. My address is there. They got the judge's phone number, you know. I like to see what judge is going to order me to come to his court or her court, ever who it is. Hell, give me the fucking name of the court. I'll call the motherfuckers. And that fucking idiot acid drip calling the California City cops is what it said. He doesn't. Hey, girl, this guy doesn't understand about jurisdiction. That thing with Rusty and calling CPS, she lives in a different state. Yeah. Rusty, I want to see you get me to agree to a Zoom call with some fucking court somewheres. I want to be served a warrant. Serve a warrant. I'll abide. If I get served a warrant, I'll abide by it. I'll follow the law. It won't be no warrant served on Billy Hayden. Oh, been live an hour and 19 minutes. And it's 4 minutes after 8. And you don't dare come up here, Rusty. You fucking chicken shit bitch. I know she's gathering evidence. Hey, girl. Hey, girl, go make a comment on one of my streams, and I'll give you a wrench. You can have a wrench. I'll give you a wrench. Because I'm going to leave this chat up all day, whether I'm sitting here or not. So I need somebody to watch my chat if I'm not fucking sitting here. You and Scott would be a good couple to go make a comment, and I'll put a wrench on it. Somebody needs a wrench because this is going to get heated. Fuck you, Rusty. And Rusty, if you get me kicked off, then what do you have? You ain't going to get me kicked off. Let me know if you do make it. Well, I'll go look. Never mind. I'll go. In fact, I'm going to go look right now. See if any. I might just start putting wrenches on every. Yeah. But on the other side, I've been doing this without people having wrenches, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, really, what the wrench does is allows you, if somebody blocks you, and he can block you in here, but with a wrench, you're still going to see them. Can't block a wrench. The only way you don't see that is if with that wrench, you have that person blocked. And you can't block with a wrench, you can't block anybody. That wrench has to be removed so you can block that person. I'm learning. Blue Jays are going crazy. They're absolutely going fucking crazy. I haven't put any. I got to go buy some peanuts today. I put them peanuts out. I don't walk 10 feet away from them fucking blue jays are right on top of it. I'm watched by these birds. Fucking squirrel out there hanging off my one feeder. Got them mesh feeders out there. I guess I could put some music on. Hey, Joe. Okay. Now, the biggest thing in the news is the judge getting arrested. That should make a lot of people happy. I know it's making a lot of people sad. You can't arrest the judge. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Yeah, a deputy sheriff can arrest a judge. If they come in, you're in a courtroom and you're the deputy sheriff in there, and you get word from your higher ups that judge committed a crime, they have evidence and all, that judge can be arrested. Especially if you're the deputy sheriff sitting there watching them release people who should be in jail. Because that's what they did. Released a criminal out. Didn't want to hurt his feelings, probably. He's an immigrant. The biggest advocate of that was fucking Joyanne Reed on MSNBC. They're not illegal. There's no such thing as an illegal alien. They're an undocumented immigrant. That's like Rusty saying she's good to take people. Who'd you take to court away? Whatever happened with fucking Tom Flash, right? This motherfucker agreed to do a Zoom call. Fuck you. You got to prove my guilt. I don't have to prove my innocence. Rusty runs around like we're supposed to, we have to prove what she says isn't true. No, you have to prove what you're saying is true. You have to prove my guilt. Not with these people. There's no presumption of innocence whatsoever.
Remember when for years the Democrats engaged in multifaceted lawfare against President Trump, abusing the legal system to persecute him on trumped-up charges, no pun intended, trying to stop him from winning the 2024 presidential election? And anytime anybody pointed out how absurd the charges were, how this was looking like a communist country, they responded that no one is above the law, not even the former president. Well, now they think that judges are above the law, even when they engage in obstruction of justice. And so on Friday, the FBI arrested a Milwaukee judge inside the courtroom after she engaged in obstruction of justice, trying to stop
I want it so bad.
Customs Enforcement
I
from
should.
arresting a criminal illegal alien. And the Operation Mockingbird assets of the media got the memo with their new word of the day: escalation.
We begin tonight with the escalation in the president's crackdown on illegal immigration.
Today's dramatic escalation in the Trump administration's conflict with judges.
The Trump administration signaling a major escalation in its deportation efforts.
No, Trump's having problems with judges.
The Trump administration's battle with the judiciary.
Tensions between local and federal authorities over President Trump's immigration crackdown escalated today.
We begin this hour with a major escalation of the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration.
We begin with what appears to be a major escalation in the Trump administration's deportation efforts.
And what is a major escalation in the battle here in D.C. over immigration and deportation.
This feels like an insane and reckless escalation from the Trump administration arresting a judge.
What's insane are people protesting. Breaking the law, obstructing justice, So in order to try to stop those deportations. And so, of course, in Milwaukee, people are protesting the arrest of this judge.
Americans voted for a president. They didn't vote for a king. Trump is acting like a king. This is what kings do.
Kings arrest criminals. Well, hear ye, hear ye.
The very public arrest of this judge that happened in the cafeteria at the courthouse just a couple miles that way shows the contempt and disregard that Trump and FBI Director Kash Patel have for our judiciary.
Oh, how dare they arrest someone in public?
What did the FBI Director go and do this morning after this arrest? He gloated about it on Twitter. That is absolutely unacceptable.
It's unacceptable to be glad when another criminal is taken off the streets.
And so we have to come down here. We have to be here. We have to be here this afternoon. We have to be here tomorrow. We have to be marching on May Day to demonstrate that this is our city. These are our streets, and we will not accept this. I say this as a Jewish person who has in my DNA intergenerational trauma from exactly this kind of fascism.
Okay, that's enough out of you. Go tell it to Ben Shapiro. And now maybe it's time to arrest Tony Evers, the Democrat governor of Wisconsin, who sent out this memo to all state employees, encouraging them to also obstruct justice. Instructions for state employees encountering ICE and other federal agents at their workplace. Stay calm and don't rush. Notify your supervisor immediately. Ask the agent for their name and to see their government-issued badge, blah, blah, blah. Then it goes on to do not do any of the following. Do not answer questions, including when an agent asks about someone you know or presents a warrant with an individual name. Do not give the agent access to any paper files or computer systems without speaking to your attorney, including when the agent presents a warrant. Do not give your consent for the agent to
What the
enter
fucking
a
Christ?
non-public area. I'm sorry, but government property is all public property. And when ICE agents have a warrant to arrest a criminal illegal alien, they can go anywhere they want. And since it's long overdue to give the Democrats a taste of their own medicine, maybe Illinois' governor, J.B. Pritzker, should be arrested too for inciting violence, making these comments over the weekend.
Speaking at a dinner for New Hampshire Democrats usually reserved for those about to run for president, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker sounding like a 2028 presidential candidate tonight. He said he's never before called for mass protests and disruption, but the Trump White House has taken him there.
Never before in my life have I called for mass protests, for mobilization, for disruption, but I am now.
Disruption. We all know what that means. We remember the Black Lives Matter insurrection of 2020. You can hear how thrilled they are because the only thing Democrats like more than wasting our tax dollars is a good old-fashioned riot.
These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace.
We can't know a moment of peace. Democrats are so dirty that they do everything they can to allow the foot soldiers doing their dirty work to remain above the law. That's why George Soros put all those prosecutors in place across the country to throw out the charges every time they're arrested. Like this woman in Minneapolis who threw out the charges after a guy was arrested for keying not just one Tesla, not just two. You've seen the videos of the whack jobs who spot a Tesla in a parking lot and they'll just go and key it, still unaware that they have a very sophisticated surveillance system around the whole car. But this guy keyed 6 Teslas and, of course, was discovered and arrested. But then this happened.
So we have the very latest here on the local man who was charged with vandalizing at least 6 Teslas, causing about $20,000 in damage. So the Hennepin County Attorney's Office, led by Mary Moriarty, has decided not to seek criminal charges against this man. It's 33-year-old Dylan Adams. Instead, what they're going to do is more of a diversion program rather than criminal consequences. Basically, if you stay out of trouble, don't do this again, then you'll go into this track instead of being criminally charged.
You get probation for keying 6 Teslas and committing $20,000 worth of damage. 2 people who undoubtedly will be held accountable for their crimes are the 2 thieves who stole Christy Nome's purse last Sunday when she was having lunch or dinner at a DC restaurant. The Department of Homeland Security director, and they were both caught. And what a surprise, they're both illegal aliens. Democrats are so upset because they're going to lose millions of future voters as the criminal illegal alien invaders get deported. And so you have some woke pastors like this claiming that Jesus was an illegal alien.
Jesus was undocumented.
I guarantee you this clown has his pronouns in his bio.
Jesus was
Let me just say
undocumented.
that again and let that sink in for just a moment. The very person we're celebrating today, the very one in whom we worship, was undocumented.
Undocumented. Sounds like Rusty speaking. She wants us to understand something. That's what they do. There, let me get the drool going.
Coming from former MSNBC host Joy Reid.
This fucking bitch.
Angry black woman now who is just ranting into a webcam on any podcast that will have her.
If you take that away and try to distill us just down to white folks, we'll be like Europe, an aging, slowly dying former empire. The Roman Empire didn't survive because it didn't have enough strength in its diversity. It suppressed its diversity and it died. If the U.S. wants to be the Roman Empire, keep voting the way you're voting, y'all.
I'm certainly no expert on the Roman Empire, but I do believe that its collapse was largely due to it growing too big and it couldn't be managed. Not to mention they were debasing their currency in order to fund their expansion and operations. Kind of like, or well, exactly like what's been happening in the United States. And a fantastic illustrated mini documentary that covers this is Ray Dalio's Principles for Dealing with the Changing World Order. I'll try to remember to leave a link to that video in the description below. I'll also leave a link to markdice.com where you should order your Sorry No Vacancy Deport Them All shirts, or click the...
Yeah, I said something about that before. Hey, girl, where is this court she's going to? You know, you can get in trouble for filing frivolous fucking lawsuits. You can get in trouble for filing a false police report, false instrument. Yeah, there's a charge for that. And then to drag me into court, she's in what, Washington, right? Washington State, 3,000 miles away. Now, how is she going to get me to come to her courtroom for some crime she's saying that I committed against her? Now, I'm next in line. Hey, girl, she's after me now. I'm the target. It's about time. What are you going to do, Rusty? Restream me? I just went to check to see about reporting on that and the copyright and all that shit. You're the biggest fucking hypocrite. Rusty, I'm going to let the fan base fucking take care of you. About ready to hire an admin person. Let them do the shit. I'll get it down. I did. I just looked to see about reporting your dumbass. Wants all kinds of information. I typed in St. Lawrence for the county and it fucking put in St. Bellany. I'm like, what the fuck? Keep crying, bitch. Blabbering bitch. I have 12 mourning doves. And they're all mating. Chasing each other around, trying to get a piece. Let me tell you about the birds and the bees and the flowers and the trees. So how do you know that? Hey, girl, that should, because she filed papers on you trying to get you guys in trouble. You must have lived close up there or what? Now you're way down in Louisiana, down in the fucking sticks. You gotta be careful of the critters down there. They fucking bite. Hey, girl, did you see JC stuff Gotti on her panel last night? Trying to do his fucking voodoo? Trying to stir trouble? That's why I haven't been bothering JC. I mean, I've said a few things. All right. I'll admit to what I do. All right. Hey, I'm not saying that doesn't happen where I live. There's some fucking stupid people where I live. There's people that have been living on welfare since it started in the 1960s. Before that was you had to collect those fucking green stamps. My mother and father, mom, there was no such thing as welfare in my family when I was growing up. No. I'm the last of 5 kids. It's a lot of mouths to feed. My father bought his first house. I was just 4 or 5 years old. 1966, I think it was. That house my sister JC's living in right now, they paid less than $6,000 for that place. My father paid cash for that fucker. Built a fireplace in it. I mixed the mud on it. I learned how to lay brick at a very young age. Yep. My dad used to have those fucking gas-propelled airplanes, a little tiny motor on them motherfuckers. You put that whatever fuel that you had to get for it. I forget the name of it. All right, almost like propane or whatever the fuck it was. It wasn't propane. It was something else. Well, I'm next on her list. I was just saying, how do you know the judge did that? Because are you guys involved with that? Or, you can't just bother a judge. There's a protocol to get to the judge. You have to file a brief with the court. Or, have a police report. She ain't got no police report. Hey, Alpesh Patel, let's see a picture of your mother. I'd like to see what that guy mothers look like. It's obvious you take after your mother with those skinny ass fucking arms. Could she grow a beard like you too? You're one of them freaks, aren't you, Alpesh? You're really a girl. This fucker wanted to show his fucking little inchworm on my panel. Get mad. About you, Rusty. Come on up, fucking show me your twat. All right, I'll let you do it. I'll take the strike. I'll take the hit for the team. Come on up and let's see that fucking gash you got. See how beautiful you are, Rusty. Huh? Come on up and flaunt it. Pretend I'm Will Durant and you're Wolfie. Come on up. Dusty. How come I don't see you posting in Vegas chat, Rusty? I thought you owned the fucking joint. Get to the judge.
That's right.
You have to file a brief with the court. Says she's got to mute me. Why are you even fucking listening then? She's triggered. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. She's fucking fully triggered. Payback's a bitch. What are you going to do, Rusty? You sit there on your own stream and complain about Billy? That's all you do. You got fucking streams about other people. That's all you do. You sit there and quack, 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 quack. Oh, hey, girl. Wah, Monica. Wah, JC. Wah, Jarl. Wah, Dot. On and on. Wah, Lady Venom. On and on and on and on and on. Wow, what a life. I got it so good. Crusty sock. Blabber Bibba is the best name for her. That fits her perfect. Yeah, they're both restreaming me. Her and Acid Drip. Because his ass does drip. That motherfucker is a bleeding hemorrhoid. She's got the picture that she made of JC's ass there with my face on it, like my head stuck up JC's ass. Isn't that cute? Rusty, you're so original. Rusty, you got 4 and it just went down to 7. It ain't nobody posting in your chat, Rusty. And nobody posting. All I see is your name. Nobody's even posting in your chat, bitch. You fucking stupid fucker. You are one dumb motherfucker. Now I know why you don't have much of a personal life. Nobody outside of fucking chat fucking likes you. You're just not a likable person. You don't want to be likable. You're like Acid Trip. You're bragging about shit you don't have. There's no windows in that fucking apartment he lives in. He's in some type of subsidized housing. They probably raised the rent. And his mother's getting sick of paying the rent for him. That motherfucker ain't got no job to pay his own bills. He can't fucking, he's a burden on society and he's a burden on his mother. Fact. That is a fact. And that's all Rusty deals with. These fuckers that, I mean, look at what's his name there, Tom Flash, lives at his parents' house, right? That fucker, he doesn't have his own place. He doesn't have a mortgage, or he doesn't have a house that he's paid off on, and he doesn't rent. Alpesh Patel doesn't have any furniture. He sits in that fucking computer chair. There's no furniture in there. He has shit. Probably has a mattress laying on the floor because he can't afford a fucking bed frame. She doesn't like my talk radio. Well, 9 o'clock. Guess what's going to be happening on this fucking channel right here? It's 8:32, so you got about half hour. I need to make me something to eat. I'm getting hungry. After I smoke this joint. Rusty's got to restream Billy. You got someone to play with? Rusty? Rusty, post your link. I'll come up on your panel. Seriously, post your link and I'll come up on your panel. You think I'm afraid to come up there and face you, you fucking stupid bitch? Nah. You heard her, Gotti. JC said she didn't want to get in the middle of this, so I'm going to step the game up. You need to leave her alone. Yeah, leave JC alone. You can come talk to me, Gotti. Bring your fucking friends. It's no business of Alpesh Patel what I say about Elisa. Mainly did that to get you fuckers going because I knew you'd do that. All right? Obviously, it didn't piss off Alicia because Alicia knows that I'm a kind-hearted man. Yeah, I'm not being mean. At the end of the day, I'd still buy her a beer, or if she needed $50 or something like that, I'd lend it to her and not expect it back. She knows what kind of man I am. But Rusty, you're just an ugly fucking vituperative bitch. Vituperative. One word to describe you, and that's what it is. Because you are vituperative. Bitter and angry and abusive. Wah, you talking about me? It's a chat, but we're not supposed to talk about people. What a dumb fuck. Listening, Rusty? Or are you just recording it so you can make like you're not really restreaming me so you don't get in trouble? You can't do nothing to me. Yeah. Yeah, let me put it up there. Psycho bitch. This isn't the one where the picture, I got the picture where it's large. Fuck my arrow at. There it is. And it says psycho bitch in it. It's hard to. Yeah, if you're just on a phone, look at. She's got my head behind that ass. That's not even JC's real ass. It's a fucking clone she made fucking way back when. Whatever happened to white knighting for JC, Rusty? That day you did that, all of a sudden you're fucking sticking up for JC. What a hypocrite. You really are a hypocrite. You're worse than JC is, Rusty. You really are. You know, JC has her flaws and you have your flaws. We all have flaws. You have more flaws than the rest of us, Rusty. You don't get along well with others. You really don't. You're jealous of other women. No, I'm not going to cut it. Let her restream me. I don't give a fuck. She restreams me. Good. Free advertisement for what few people she has there. I have my meter says 10. Her meter says 4. I'll refresh this and see if it changes. She's not going to win this. She's been trying to win this for a long time, and it's not gonna happen. JC stuffed Gotti. Their game is whacked. They have no game. They can't do anything to me. That's why they're mad. Oh, she's up to 7 now. Right. Only Jan's Chicken Army is posting. So there you go. Yeah. Hey, girl and Scott, I'm gonna go check my dashboard. If you guys want wrenches in here, I'll give you a wrench. Because I have every intention of leaving this up, and the side chat is open to all the participants that do this. Now, if you don't want the wrench, that's fine. No big deal. Don't really need it. That you had some link to post or something, you know. You'll have to use a second account in case they block you and come in here and want to talk their voodoo. The wrench just, if they, you know what the wrench does. I don't need to tell you. Looking for my arrow. That picture's too good looking for that, though. You need to use a real picture. You need to use that one that fucking Wiggin put up on my panel the other day. You want to see it? I'll put it up there for you. You take a screenshot and use it. And she sent him this picture. I wonder how long ago it was taken. Oh, that's dark. Really dark. But that looks like the others somewhat. You could tell the others, she photoshopped them a little bit, especially the one where she's smiling. Better plug this prick in, I guess. With them great big black glasses on. Fuck you, Rusty. Marie Lubapina. Fucking stupid bitch. Thinks she has authority over me. Ooh, she's showing pictures. Ooh. She's mad. Hey, girl, she's mad. Hey, girl, you can't get her this mad. I got this fucking bitch bent right over. Her fucking ankles are right up by her ears, and she's getting pounded. She wishes that was going on. It's a lot of years old, yeah. And I believe Wiggin when he says they don't know what's coming. We have the element of surprise. Sure, we do. I got something too I haven't shown yet, that when the right time comes, I'm gonna fucking stuff it right up your ass, Rusty. Now you can't. Now the judge is fucking tired of you fucking meddling in the court. Yeah. Yeah, excuse me, Barack. Oh, no, I couldn't do it that time. Barack Obama. Wow. Barack Obama deported more illegal aliens than anybody. He deported a lot of them. But he let the criminals in the fucking country. No need to be scared of somebody that's not going to attack you. Some woman with her kids been beaten into submission. Awful fucking thing. Yeah, this thing, they're getting on this doll kick. That comes from Banksy, didn't? Right? Banksy, the first one I seen was of Mary Burney. Now, Will Durant did one of me with a submarine. He did one of Wigan. He did one of Alicia. So, despite all the fighting that Will did with that idiot Marie Lubopina, right? He's still stuck up her backside. He's kissing that shit. Him and Gotti fight over Rusty all the time. Money, it's just images, right? I mean, there isn't actually somebody actually manufacturing these things. Making money off of my name and other people's names. Really? Holy fuck. All for show. It's all for the camera up here on these chats. I mean, she runs her chats. All she doing is restreaming. Ain't nobody coming up on her panel. She's sitting there showing pictures. I got pictures too, only I don't do it the same way. It's different here. I let others do it. Everybody has talent. Some have more talent than others, but yeah, that's why I did that. Hey girl, this here is fucking absolute intelligence in this chat. Their AI is useless. Just like all their clones and all, they don't stand a chance. Hey, girl, I outsmarted them all. I did. I outsmarted them all. Dougie did right coming up and helping me go live because this counterbalances that stupid fucking bitch. Because as soon as he did that, there's Gotti. Right? I knew Wigan was right. I knew what was going on. I just let things take their course, but there's Gotti. And then here came Rusty. Rusty, I fucking gave her a wrench in my chat. They thinking they played me. No, I played you, Gotti, Rusty, the whole fucking crew over there, JT. You guys came here. I didn't go to you. No, I went to see about reporting her and the things in there and everything, and then I just exited. What's the sense? It's going to catch up to her. She doesn't have any fanfare. All she has is Gotti and the new crew. That's all she has. Oh, what? She's got Shannon now? How long is that going to last? Yeah, Shannon, you're very disingenuous. And Charlie had a wrench in that chat yesterday. Nobody else is going to call themselves Sergeant E5. He wants to be known as Sergeant Charlie. Well, these are civilians, fucking Charles William Price. Your fucking military rank has no authority or any fucking bearing in here whatsoever. Big fucking deal. And you want to abuse how I feel about veterans. It's just like any other fucking trade. You got fucking idiots. You have to weed them motherfuckers out. You come up here and try to suck on my nuts and then thinking you're trolling me, and then you're over there with a wrench in fucking Shallow Shay's chat, and she, you know, you support that shit. You're the wishy-washy one. Wiggins just a curmudgeon. Just means he's old and grumpy. Yeah, have a good breakfast. Eat some grits and cheese for me, will you? Cheesy grits are the best. All right. If you don't like the cheese on grits, all right, try maple syrup. Maple syrup on grits is delicious. Butter, maple syrup, maybe a little cinnamon and cloves, or some allspice, or even a little nutmeg. You don't want to overdo it, though. Cheesy grits, a couple of over sunny side up, laying on top of it. I don't like sunny side. That's the looks. I prefer over easy. I cook it a little bit. I want my egg yolk to be hot. I don't care if it's cooked hard. I eat a lot of eggs. What about your diet there? I know you smoke cigarettes, Marie. Your teeth are yellow like a motherfucker. My teeth aren't yellow. LD, he has yellow teeth, he has green teeth, and he has black teeth. All fucking 3 signs of gingivitis. That motherfucker's unhealthy as a motherfucker. I got one crooked tooth right there. Alpesh Patel, I know you're live and restreaming me. You and them fucking skinny arms. Who's obsessed, Rusty? Yeah, this is what a dumb fucker you are, Rusty. I'm not watching it now, Rusty. I tuned off your fucking channel. You're my obsession, yes, my obsession. What do you want me to be to make you sleep with me? I'm going to dedicate that song to you, Rusty. I'm your obsession, yes, your obsession. Because you really been obsessing on me all this time. All this other going on, you know, the thing with Tom Flash and all that. That's nothing. Rusty has always wanted this right here. And she can't have it because I don't like you, Rusty. And there's not going to be any forgiveness. Don't care about you. You could croak today. Sayonara. I hope you go to heaven. I never tell anybody they're going to hell. That's up to God. We're already in hell and heaven. Yeah. How about it, Rusty? Why don't you just come on up, Rusty? I won't let anybody come up and attack you. Just you and me. Come on. You can bring your friends. Bring your friends. Bring Acid with you. Come on. Bring Shannon with you. Shallow Shay. Hey, you can bring Shan Camp too. She's in that group now. I'm really disgusted with you, Shan Camp. I was hoping better. No. I'm in the paranormal. Well, Jesus Christ is in the paranormal. Jesus Christ is a spirit. called faith. Where do you guys place your faith in? You certainly don't place it in Jesus. You certainly don't place it in the Constitution of the United States. You don't place your faith in your fellow countrymen, especially those of us who feel a duty to serve their country. That's why I joined. I wanted to be in the Navy. Greatest organization we have, despite the flaws. I did something in the Navy most of you fuckers could never, ever do. I'd like to see fucking Alpesh Patel help load out a submarine for fucking patrol. And it's an all day, all hands adventure, loading out a sub, filling that fucker up with fucking food before you go into sea for 90 days. Fuck you. How about you, Vanguard? Did you bring your fucking stupid ass up here? I dare you. You're welcome to come up too, Paul Bitch Life. What time is it? Uh-oh. Come on, Rusty. Come on, you fat bitch. Tell the judge I just called you a fat, ugly bitch. Used to work for Planned Parenthood. Y'all mad because when Trump came in the first time, he cut you guys' funding. We don't need Planned Parenthood funded by the government. They should do it on their own. People applying for Medicare, Medicaid, trying to abuse the system. Or they do abuse, and they're allowed to do it. About it, Rusty. I gotta stop calling her that. About it there, blabbering bibba, you fat bitch. Fat, ugly bitch. With a orangutan face. Geez, I must have changed it. I did. I changed it. It's all right. I'll go this route right here. We'll do this. Packy Patel. Packy! Hey, Zenny, are you going to get offended that I do this or no? Zenny, when are you going to denounce this guy for doing what he's doing? I think you should, Zenny. If you're really my friend, if you really see me as your friend, you should come up here and denounce this motherfucker. It would make me feel good. And then I'd like to hear your thoughts on Rusty. Because I have no doubt your head's up fucking Shannon's ass also. Has been the whole time, Zenny. And you trying to keep peace, right? Like you're neutral and shit. You're not. Rob clones, just like Rusty clones, just like Gotti clones. JT. Be enough of that.
I don't know why every time Donald Trump does something, they have to come out and oppose it.
So as birth rates continue to decline in America, the White House is looking into offering $5,000 cash bonuses.
When I look at something like this, these proposals, I want to know why, and I want to know who's making them. And so when I looked into that, they're saying that the U.S. birth rate is declining. However, in 2024, there was a 1% increase in U.S. births, but that increase was with Hispanic mothers and Asian mothers. So they don't seem to be.
He has Gangster's Paradise music playing behind
They
it.
seem to be more concerned about a decrease in other populations.
Now, somebody explain to me how it has anything to do with race. Sonny Holston herself made mention that the population growth has only been amongst Hispanics and Asians. So that means that the people who aren't growing, the people who are incentivized to grow, is obviously going to be Black people. White people who didn't grow, Black people didn't grow. So if he's incentivizing anybody, the groups that did not grow year over year are the groups that he's incentivizing, which includes Black folks. Somebody explain to me how you got a problem with Donald Trump when he just want Black women to have more children and be able to help them to a certain degree and give them a bonus or incentivize them to have children. How is that a problem? They always got to make it out to be a problem. I don't know why every time Donald Trump does something, they have to come out and oppose it.
So as birth rates continue to decline in America, the White House is looking into offering $5,000 cash bonuses.
When I look at something like this, these proposals, I want to know why, and I want to know who's making them. And so when I looked into that, they're saying that the U.S. birth rate is declining. However, in 2024, there was a 1% increase in U.S. births, but that increase was with Hispanic mothers and Asian mothers. So they don't seem to be concerned about that increase. They seem to be more concerned about a decrease in other populations.
Now, somebody explain to me how it has anything to do with race. Sonny Holston herself made mention that the population growth has only been amongst Hispanics and Asians. So that means that the people who aren't growing, the people who are incentivized to grow, is obviously going to be Black people. White people who didn't grow, Black people didn't grow. So if he's incentivizing anybody, the groups that did not grow year over year are the groups that he's incentivizing, which includes Black folks. Somebody explain to me how you got a problem with Donald Trump when he just want Black women to have more children and be able to help them to a certain degree and give them a bonus or incentivize them to have children. How is that a problem? They always got to make it out to be a problem.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah.
At Metro Flooring, you always get more. At Metro Flooring, you always get more, like more rooms of carpet and more savings with this great deal. For a limited time, you can get 3 rooms of carpet for just $7.99. See all the ways you can get more for your money at metroflooringcontractors.com.
Life isn't about what we take with us. It's about who we are and what we leave behind. Life insurance from Waco can help you keep giving even when you're gone. Waco, the part of your living legacy.
I detractors, and I'm not going anywhere. Reed is gay, and he says that's why some want him to be dropped off the ticket. There's been no comment on Reed's claims from Youngkin or the Virginia GOP. 2 arrests have now been made in the theft of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's purse from a D.C. restaurant last weekend.
The purse allegedly stolen while she was at the Capitol Burger in the district. U.S. Secret Service and ICE arrested a second person. Agents say this person was a co-conspirator who was arrested down in Miami, Florida. 49-year-old Mario Bustamante Leyva was arrested last week for his involvement in the arrest. Officers believe both are linked to a pattern of robberies in the district.
7 News' Josh Chapin. Thanks to a new Virginia law, technology can now keep speeds down for repeat offending leadfoots.
This is going to be the price to pay for violating the law.
Delegate Patrick Hope telling 7 News about his legislation. Before, a judge could suspend a license, fine, or sentence a reckless driver to jail. Now, under the law, Intelligent Speed Assistance Technology, or ISA, will be suggested in cases involving those speeding above 100 miles per hour. The device, at a cost to the driver, is installed and using help from cameras and GPS, caps the speed at 10 miles over the limit. The law goes into effect summer 2026. Scotland on WMAL and WMAL.com.
Checking your money, the Dow futures up 35 points, NASDAQ futures up 8. Up next, traffic and weather on WMAL.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails. Turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent 4-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
When you're in HR, it can feel like nothing is easy. From payroll to PTO, from onboarding to benefits, and everything in between, it's a constant juggle of tasks, systems, and spreadsheets. But your HR software? That's the easy part. Meet Bamboo HR. Trusted by over 34,000 companies, it handles all your HR tasks. Payroll, benefits, and time tracking. So your team and your company can grow as fast as, well, Bamboo. And Bamboo HR software is actually easy to use. One simple system that pulls all your people data together in one place, so you can ditch scattered systems and wasted hours on tasks that should only take minutes. Because when HR is easier, you can focus on what matters most, your people. HR is hard. Bamboo HR is easy. Ready to simplify all your HR tasks? For a limited time, get a $100 Visa gift card when you complete a free demo at bamboohr.com/gift card. Again, that's bamboohr.com/gift card. Terms and conditions apply.
Jamie Whitten in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
Late delays in through Sterling. The crash is on southbound 28 at the Toll Road jam before Wax Pool Road. This also gives us a slow merge coming off the Dulles Greenway, merging onto southbound 28. Northbound 395 still jammed across the 14th Street Bridge, heavy over the Key Bridge into Georgetown. Canal Road is slow, heading on toward M Street. Colesville Road still on the brakes before New Hampshire Avenue, so coming out of White Oak off and on to get you past Four Corners to join the Beltway. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com. The WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Jackets this morning, short sleeves this afternoon, and sunglasses all day long. It's going to be a beautiful spring day. We'll go from the 40s now into the mid to upper 70s later this afternoon. It'll be beautiful this evening with temps falling out of the 60s into the 50s overnight. Tomorrow, the warmest day of the week in the mid to upper 80s. I'm 7 News meteorologist Eileen Whalen in the First Alert Weather Center.
Right now it is 60 at Reagan National. I'm John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Now on 105.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Chris Plant.
Speaking of Joe Biden, it was his awful open border policies that recklessly allowed more than 10 million illegal aliens to invade the United States over the past 4 years. Innocent Americans like Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nungray, Rachel Morin, and so many others were viciously murdered at the hands of these illegal aliens as a result of Biden's dereliction of duty. That's why one of President Trump's central campaign promises was to secure the border and end this invasion.
Yes, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt holding an early morning White House press conference in the 8 a.m. hour with border czar Tom Homan on the criminal deeds of the Biden administration and the Democrats, their actions, their policies.
Hope you're listening, Marie Lubapina. I know how much you hate listening to my radio program, but you're tuned in. So enjoy the show as I make myself breakfast and keep my kitchen clean.
Maybe you'll be next, and then all of your dreams will be realized. Well, a very good Monday morning to you, off to a rousing start. Because these things don't happen very often, but in the Trump White House, an 8 a.m. press conference with the press secretary and a senior administration official, Tom Homan, border czar, laying out numbers and laying it out, and the news media is incredulous. So what are we even, who cares about Americans being murdered is the press, the White House press corps' response to all of this, because, overwhelmingly they're Democrats. And it turns out Democrats, pretty much each and every Democrat doesn't care about human life. It's an interesting situation that we're dealing with in the United States, but remarkable things. Also really fun if you saw any of the news reports today from the North Lawn of the White House, which is where you normally see White House correspondents reporting from while they're on television. And the North Lawn of the White House, when you walk in through the Northwest Gate, that's in the northwest corner of the White House property, there is a row of white tents, the kind you might see at a food festival in Vancouver or something like that, where there was a massacre over the weekend, a crazy person driving his car into the crowd of people at the Filipino festival in Vancouver. But I'll get back to that later. You walk in and there are these white tents on the right, and that's where the television networks have their cameras set up. And should it be raining or snowing or dreary out, the reporters stand under these tents and they report. Well, behind them today, for the first day, I believe, ever in history, this is great. The White House, the Trump White House, has set up a row of signs that they punched into the ground, like, 2.5 foot by 3 foot signs. That they're kind of like, imagine a real estate sign, like, this house for sale sign in somebody's front yard. Well, they got a whole row of these signs, and the signs all have mugshots on them. And the mugshots are of illegal aliens who have been arrested for murder and drug trafficking and sex trafficking and their gang membership. And they've got this row of millions and millions. It's not really millions and millions, but many dozens of signs stuck into the grass with their wire frames and their prongs to stick them into the lawn in the White House. And so the press can't avoid it. It's because the press ignores the murders of Americans, the drug deaths by the hundreds of thousands, and the news media run by Democrats, they could care less. They just don't care about, as I know it's a turn of phrase, it would be impossible for them to care less. I'm always corrected on that. It's one of the things I'm frequently corrected on, turn of phrase, but never mind that. The news media, because they're Democrats, they don't care about human life. They certainly don't care about Democrat human life. And these reporters with their smug smirks on their faces, arrogantly challenging Tom Homan and Caroline Leavitt. And they're being buried, of course, because these are people that have their facts in order, and they're smart, and they're happy to respond to these petulant smugniks in the White House press corps. So remarkable stuff. And I love the fact that they put these, and Caroline Leavitt posted it on Twitter, which some like to call X. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, posted a video of these signs in the lawn on the north lawn of the White House, where the press are, and they make it impossible, not virtually impossible, they make it literally impossible for any members of the White House press corps who had their little dinner, their White House Correspondents Association dinner on Saturday night in Washington. I don't think anybody went, though. The president didn't go. They didn't have a comedian. They had was that White House Correspondents Association guy transgender? I'm trying to just kind of Las Vegas, the guy who's the president of the association. He's out there dressed up like he's Liberace's sidekick or something, and he babbled on at the White House Press Association dinner, the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner, a dinner that I've been to more times than I could count, many, many times. But that's not important now. It's not about me. Let's get back to the illegal aliens arrested for various crimes, from the highest of crimes to just funneling huge quantities of fentanyl into the country and child sex trafficking. And the White House press corps, because they represent the rest of the press corps, they don't care. They don't care about all that. But I think this is wonderful. In fact, we're going to post this for you on the the social media, the various social media platforms, so that you can see. And Caroline Levitt posted it. Wonderful stuff. We've got it for you, and we're going to share it with you because that's what we do. We're not in the same business that CNN and 60 Minutes are in. We actually tell the truth and share the news as we know it, and we are the counterweight to the dead weight that is the American news media, from New York to Washington in particular. Incredibly corrupt stuff, but wonderful stuff. And they've got the mug shots, the emblazoned on top of the sign, arrested on the bottom of the sign for murder, for rape, for drug trafficking, for on and on sex offenses. And these are the people that the news media are, and not only the news media, but Democrat judges, like this crazy woman judge in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who actually participated in a criminal's escape from the law because she's a Democrat and not a judge at all. She's a communist pig dog. I like pig dog because it's, that's English for the German Schweinhund. And they're definitely Schweinhunds. So this judge in Milwaukee, what a piece of work she is. And she was arrested, rightly so, because she's a criminal. She's a Democrat, and she pretends to be a judge. And here comes a criminal who's in court, an illegal alien criminal who's in court in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And he's there because he beat the hell out of, pummeled and bloodied a woman. He also pummeled and bloodied a man, but it's actually worse to pummel and bloody a woman. And this illegal alien pummeled and bloodied a woman's face and head, savagely brutalized her. And when he arrived at court to face the consequences, the Democrat Party judge literally facilitated his escape from the courthouse. And she was then arrested. She should still be in the can, in the Hoosgow. We should let her decide whether she wants to go to a men's prison or a women's prison, because you know how the Democrats are. They have these gender issues that are pretty amazing stuff. But Hannah Dugan, she is the Democrat judge, and she ought to go to prison. Let me say, I keep saying, people saying she should be stripped of her judgeship or recalled or something. She should literally be disbarred. She should be stripped of her law license. Not only she not be a judge, she shouldn't be allowed to practice law. If you're a criminal, you shouldn't be a judge. But if you're a Democrat, they're fine with that. And amazing stuff. And now we got another Democrat judge in Wisconsin. Wisconsin judge, a second one, not Hannah Dugan, who facilitated the escape of the woman beating illegal alien, probable gang member, because the Democrat Party is the third world. They are the left, and the left is the third world. They're not a precursor to the third world. They represent third worldism, and today's Democrat Party is the third world. And they're bringing the third world to the United States of America by bringing millions and millions of illegal aliens into the country, specifically including, with great joy by them, gang members from Venezuela like Tren de Aragua, gang members from El Salvador like MS-13, who on the TV network MS-13 NBC, they love the gang members. But this is amazing stuff. And this judge who's just awful, terrible criminal, is a hero of the Democrat Party. Kind of like Luigi Mangione, another murderer, is a literal hero of the Democratic Party. And they're looking to break him out too. These people, the Democrat Party, should be declared a terrorist organization, probably sooner rather than later. What do you think? I think that's probably a good idea. Amazing stuff. Yes, sir. So we got, and then another judge arrested out west in New Mexico because he was providing housing in his own home to a Venezuelan illegal alien gang member with Tren de Aragua. And nobody.
What's the matter, Rusty? You had me muted. You don't want to listen to my radio program? Why you go off air? You're the secretary. What?
On Saturday night,
I see you unmuted me to check. You don't want to listen to my radio, so Rusty quit. She left. She's not restreaming me. Fuck you, bitch.
And then we've got irate idiot Democrats, elected Democrats, saying, well, you can't, this isn't democracy when a judge is arrested. Really? By the federal government because the judge is breaking the law all over the place and helping criminals rather than being a judge. Just amazing. Now, and all of this is because Orange Man bad, of course. It's all because Donald Trump is president. They didn't vote for him, and they want more crime. The Democrat Party is the party of more crime. They're the party of more murder. They're the party of more fatal drug overdoses. They're the party of Tren de Aragua. They're the party of MS-13. They're the party of Hamas. They're the party of Luigi Mangione. The Democratic Party, President Trump has declared Tren de Aragua and MS-13 to be terrorist organizations, what with all the people they murder by the thousands and thousands. And at some point, we're going to have an actual discussion, a serious discussion in this country, the United States of America, about whether the Democratic Party is a legitimate political party in the United States, or whether they too, like Tren de Aragua and MS-13, are a terrorist organization because of the actions they take, the policies they create. Just amazing stuff. One of the headlines over the weekend, this was the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. The Milwaukee Urinal, as they call it, used to be in Santa Barbara. The Santa Barbara Journal was called the Santa Barbara Urinal. And the Milwaukee Urinal Sentinel, they have the headline, Wisconsin Republicans, that's bad, that's got to be bad, signal they want to remove Judge Hannah Dugan. And they're against it, of course, at the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel because they're the news media, so they're all communist, leftist, pro Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and Luigi Mangione and Hamas. The Democrat Party is not a legitimate American political party, not recognizable as such. I've got to say, but the lawmakers may seek to remove sitting judges through an impeachment proceeding that must begin in the assembly or a process known as removal by address. Oh, by the way, CNN and Chuck Schumer are again yesterday talking about impeaching who? Donald Trump. And you know why? Because they say he's breaking the law every day. And then they list zero examples. No, the rhetoric of these people, just extraordinary. Also, President Trump, this is great. President Trump is talking about bringing back Columbus Day. Christopher Columbus celebrating the man that discovered America because it hadn't been discovered. And the discovery was kind of important. But Joe Biden and the Democrats, they did away with Columbus Day because they hate Italians. They're anti-Italian bigots. Amazing stuff. But you know what they did? Instead, they said, it's Indigenous Peoples Day because they were here before Christopher Columbus. And they say he didn't discover America because Native Americans had already discovered it. Yeah, they didn't write anything down about it. They didn't feed electricity to it or build airports or skyscrapers or anything, but never mind that. They're great. They're fine. But the Columbus Day, which the Democrats replaced with Indigenous Peoples Day because they were here first. That makes sense to these mental cases. And And, I guess they were here before Jesus Christ roamed the earth 2,025 years ago. So maybe you should replace Christmas with Indigenous Sandwiches Day or something like that. Except they didn't have sandwiches or bread or sliced meat or anything good like that. No slam on them, just the way it was. The Democrat Party. So President Trump bringing back Columbus Day, and the Democrats are furious. We are at 888-630-9625.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center. Heads up if you're coming out of Sterling using 28 southbound. Residual delays continue to where we have the crash cleanup on southbound 28 at the toll road. Beltway through Annandale. Inner loop still have the volume leaving Springfield. Outer loop slows into Silver Spring. 270 in the northbound direction. The crash before 85 Buckystown Pike had been cleared. Now they're trying to get the road work set in place there. Watch for that volume near Route 80 Urbana. Again, going north. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Sunny and pleasant today with a high near 80. Clear skies overnight with a low 50.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
When you're in HR, it can feel like nothing is easy. From payroll to PTO, from onboarding to benefits, and everything in between, it's a constant juggle of tasks, systems, and spreadsheets. But your HR software? That's the easy part. Meet Bamboo HR. Trusted by over 34,000 companies, it handles all your HR tasks, payroll, benefits, and time tracking, so your team and your company can grow as fast as, well, Bamboo. And Bamboo HR software is actually easy to use. One simple system that pulls all your people data together in one place, so you can ditch scattered systems and wasted hours on tasks that should only take minutes. Because when HR is easier, you can focus on what matters most, your people. HR is hard. Bamboo HR is easy. Ready to simplify all your HR tasks? For a limited time, get a $100 Visa gift card when you complete a free demo at bamboohr.com/gift card. Again, that's bamboohr.com/gift card. Terms and conditions apply.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, millions of kids don't have the supplies they need. Donor Shoes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. Learn more at donorshoes.org.
Blowing out your birthday candles should be easy, but if you have undiagnosed COPD, you may find yourself short of breath. Early diagnosis and treatment can add years to your life. If you have symptoms like wheezing or chronic cough, talk to your doctor and visit copdfoundation.org today.
The Bigger Pockets Podcast Network is your home for real estate investing.
Can we have an honest talk about real estate?
What's your opinion on the market?
Every day, I hear people talking about how it's impossible to invest in real estate and it's not even worthwhile anymore. I'm getting pretty frustrated.
Get real talk from real estate pros.
I am trying to be debt-free by 40.
You have got to pay attention to this trend. Or follow me and I'll let you know what's going on.
Search for the Bigger Pockets Real Estate Show anywhere you listen to your podcasts.
While serving in Iraq, our vehicle was hit. They didn't think I was going to make it. I'm Latoya Lucas, and I'm a veteran. I had to learn to live with the scars, both visible and invisible.
DAV helps veterans like Latoya get the benefits they've earned. They help more than 1 million veterans every year.
My victory is overcoming my wounds so I can help other veterans.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Searching HVAC near here.
Right here, ma'am. How can we help?
Wow, nobody local? Huh.
Wait, what? We are an HVAC company literally in your neighborhood. Why is she not seeing us?
Just all the big chains. Well, it is what it is.
What in the... Can you not see us?
Nope, they can't see you. Because you're buried deep in the list of local HVAC providers. You are invisible online. Introducing Cumulus Boost. Get a boost, get found, get on the map. Learn more at cumulusboost.com.
Around the clock updates and uncommon understanding.
Listen to this, because this stuff is going on behind the scenes and you don't know about it.
News Talk 105.9. Making sense of the news.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months and whose daughter is due any day. We're with all service members and their families. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
WMAL, making sense of the economy because it's your money and your retirement. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Blood in the streets up to my ankles because of the Democrats. Let's go to the telephones, Michael. Let's go to Sean, calling from Lancaster, South Carolina. Sean, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, Chris Plant, how are you?
I'm just great, buddy. What do you know?
I love listening to your dad. He was always a straight shooter.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
My question is, this Albrego, Mr. Albrego Garcia.
Albrego Garcia.
How does he not only get a driver's license, but an expired driver's license?
Yeah, how long? Yeah, it takes a long time for your driver's license to expire, doesn't it? And you're talking about when he was pulled over in Tennessee with a carload of illegal aliens that he was apparently smuggling, right?
Exactly. How does a Tren de Aragua, wife-beating illegal immigrant get himself a driver's license?
And he has it for so long that it's expired.
Exactly. Thomas Jefferson said, our Constitution is not a suicide pact. We're actively committing suicide.
Yeah. Well, I would not disagree with you. I would just shade that a little bit. We're being murdered.
Yes, we are being murdered, but by certain individuals,
by the left, and that is represented here by the Democratic Party. But it's true, the country is
being judges.
And well, these judges are, every filthy one of them is a Democrat, and they're all on the side of crime and criminals. And, when these idiot Democrats are saying, oh, you can't have a democracy, as we've got some of this for you today. You can't have a democracy. Judges are being arrested. Well, you can't have a constitutional republic if judges are going out of their way to free criminals, illegal alien, as you said, wife-beating criminals that the Democrat Party promotes.
This is the Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center. Finally, good news pushing through Sterling, southbound on 28 at the toll road. That crash had been cleared out of the travel lanes. We are no longer backed up near Waxpool Road. It's near 606 Old Ox Road for the volume delays, but again, improving. Not quite out of the woods yet around the Beltway. Inner loop slows through Annandale, outer loop into Silver Spring, and the crash on the outer loop near Route 4, Pennsylvania Avenue cleared. Those delays just about cleared as well. Now, from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Sunny and pleasant today with a high near 80. Clear skies overnight with a low 50.
Clarity and context for a complex world.
I'm going to be far more thorough and specific than ever before.
News Talk 105.9. Making sense of the news.
A Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Here's the good news. You've made it through cold and flu season. But no matter what time of year it is, we all want our immune systems functioning at peak performance. In addition to staying up to date on vaccines recommended for your age, there are 3 tried and true things you can do to boost your immune system. Okay, number 1, cut back on ultra-processed foods. Studies have linked them to impaired immune function. Number 2, get the recommended amount of physical activity every week. Not only does that reduce your chance of developing chronic disease, we now know exercise actually stimulates your immune system. Number 3, aim for better sleep. Sleep often gets the least attention, but research shows that sleep deprivation induces immune changes that can actually increase the risk of various diseases. Of course, don't forget the simple things, like washing your hands. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
Green light. Hey girl, school zone. I'm getting hungry. Car changing lanes. You want to meet me for pizza? Stop sign. Intersection clear. Yeah, street. Pizza sounds good. Ballin Street? Girlin Street!
It's hard to concentrate on two things at once, like texting and driving. Stop the text, stop the wrecks. How will you stop texting and driving? Tell us at stoptextstopwrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Making sense of your world.
This is no conspiracy theory. This is a fact. Here it is.
Mark Levin, weekdays 6 to 9 p.m.
Listen to this, would you?
News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news. For a local news source you can trust, visit WMAL.com.
Thank God for that.
Get the day's top stories, stream your favorite WMAL shows, access our podcast archives, and more. WMAL.com. Making sense of your world online.
No, you don't need to buy oversized pants if you want to earn more money. Just listen to Bigger Pockets.
Because it's really just kind of a little bit of a cheat code.
The money-making podcast that has something for everyone. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Why did I wait so long to see a retina specialist?
Retinal disease can steal your eyesight, but it doesn't have to. Patients who seek care from a retina specialist have the best chance of preventing vision loss due to age-related macular degeneration or diabetic retinopathy. AMD symptoms to look out for are distortion or warping of straight lines, as well as blurred or loss of central vision. Patients with diabetic retinopathy should seek treatment if they notice the appearance of spots or floaters or blurred and distorted vision. Visit seeforalifetime.org.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. You can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align. Because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
I was choosing alcohol over my family. That's when I made the call. Now I'm finding better ways to cope.
Mental health care works when you make the call. Visit mentalhealthcareworks.org. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
Bright Focus Foundation's Alzheimer's disease research program is paving the way for a cure. Learn about symptoms, diagnosis, and breakthrough research at brightfocus.org or call us at 1-855-345-6237 for free resources.
Imagine the hospital experience. There's a constant parade of serious doctors, countless tests, and a serious diagnosis. Scary surgeries are followed by painful recoveries. You're in the hospital for days, weeks, months. Now imagine you're a child. This is why Starlight exists. Starlight programs help kids in the hospital cope, build resilience, bolster confidence, and change their outlook. Because happiness matters. Visit starlight.org to learn more.
Making sense of your world.
There are a lot of things that really tick me off.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news. WMAL. Making sense of the markets. Because generational wealth doesn't build itself. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
All right, now we have, first of all, I want to say that I have an answer to the question. I have an answer to the question, where did he get the driver's license? Where did he get the driver's license, right? And this is the illegal alien. Which illegal alien? There are so many illegal aliens. And the news media, very upset about Kilmore Abrego Garcia. It's interesting that his parents named him Kilmore. Why would you name your son Kilmore? That's kind of weird. What? Oh, it's Kilmar? Oh, it's Kilmar. I kid. It's Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And he was deported because the illegal alien thing. And And then there was the human trafficking in Tennessee, where he's driving a big SUV with 7 or 8 other illegal aliens in there, and they had no luggage, and they were going from Texas to Maryland. They said to work a construction job. Illegal aliens. Yeah, how did we ever build the country before Democrats smuggled illegal aliens into the country? Where did all these skyscrapers come from? Honestly, amazing stuff. But let me answer the question that was asked, because the Department of Homeland Security, I went and researched it. They posted online on Al Gore's Amazing Internet on April 18th of 2025. DHS releases bombshell investigative report on Kilmar Abrego Garcia suspected human trafficking incident. And they explain the encounter. The officers decided not to cite the subject for driving infractions, but only gave him a warning citation. That's a big mistake. For driving with an expired driver's license. He's a human trafficker, an illegal alien gang member. And in the Democrat Party's United States of America, they just let everybody go. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 gang member, illegal alien from El Salvador, and suspected human trafficker. The Department of Homeland Security put out the facts reveal he was pulled over with 8 individuals in the car. You ever drive around with 8 individuals in your car? Because that's and you go from Texas to Maryland. That sounds like a good time, doesn't it? Hey, who brought the beer? This is great stuff. Hey, can we do a gas station stop? I gotta, remarkable stuff. So the Department of Homeland Security, 8 individuals in the car on an admitted 3-day journey from Texas to Maryland with no luggage. But Tricia McLaughlin said, the facts speak for themselves and they reek of human trafficking. The media's sympathetic narrative about this criminal illegal alien gang member has completely fallen apart. Now listen to this on the matter of the driver's license. The encountering officer decided not to cite the subject for driving infractions, but gave him a warning citation for driving with an expired driver's license. Kilmar Abrego Garcia's driver's license was a Maryland state driver's license, where Wes Moore, the governor there, is planning on running for president, maybe of MS-13. Or of El Salvador, but hopefully not of the United States of America. But this is all the Democrats have. He is articulate and bright and clean, though I think Joe Biden might say. Abrego Garcia's driver's license was a Maryland, listen now, limited term temporary.
Hey, Lady Venom, I know you're watching and listening.
Democrats
I haven't been in Vegas chat with a rusty clone. No. You're always wrong, Lady Venom.
Temporary driver's license.
To me, you're just like Rusty.
Issued by the state of Maryland and the Democrats.
You might as well be part of that fucking crew. So fuck you, Lady Venom. You're a dumb bitch.
Probably will, because the Democrats.
JC, get that fucking lapdog off my ass, because I'm gonna fucking slap that bitch.
But in Maryland, the illegal alien gang member human trafficker was issued a Maryland state driver's license, good for a limited term temporary use. And the encountering officer gathered the names of the 8 other occupants in the vehicle, but could not read their handwriting. Nobody speaks English, of course. They don't speak enough English to tell you their names, and they're being trafficked by another hero of the Democrat Party that senators and members of the House are going down to El Salvador to hang out with and visit and all this good stuff. Amazing stuff. And so he was given, the illegal alien gang member human trafficker was given a temporary limited term driver's license by Wes Moore, the Democrat governor in the state of Maryland, who wants to be president. So that's the answer to your question, my friend. And now let's go to what's going on, and I mentioned this, and I believe that Kevin is posting this, and our friend Kevin Tober is posting on Al Gore's Amazing Internet on Twitter and Facebook and so on. The post by Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, which consists only of video taken on the north lawn of the White House, where the driveway going up to the West Wing, which is where the Oval Office is and where the press briefing room is, where all the news media go in. And our caller mentioned, he said, I miss your father. Your father was an honest reporter. Bill Plant, technically my stepfather. My mother married Bill Plant when I was 5 years old, after my father had died when I was a baby. And Bill Plant, a CBS News correspondent for 52 years, was assigned to the White House for CBS News from the beginning of the Ronald Reagan administration in 1981. He was on the Reagan campaign in 1980 until the end of the Obama administration and the beginning of the Trump administration. He finished up the first day that Trump started at the White House. He started the first day that Ronald Reagan started at the White House. And certainly a hell of a lot better than the clowns today. Speaking of the clowns today, on MSDNC, also known as MS-13 DNC, an NBC news product, I'm making quotation marks with my fingers. They on Morning Joke, they had Jonathan Lemire, who pretends to be a White House correspondent himself, but he's a leftist and not a journalist at all, not a truth seeker, not a truth teller. Jonathan Lemire and a woman named Maria Teresa Kumar. Jonathan and Kumar's Great Adventure. At the NBC headquarters for the Morning Joke program, they're very angry about these posters that have been stood up in the lawn, the north lawn of the White House, where the press entered to go to the briefing room. And they put up these posters, which the Democrats bring to all their riots and their arson attacks. Even when they're firebombing Jewish families in their home during Passover, like the governor, Josh Shapiro of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, they bring signs. I don't know if that particular genocidal anti-Semite Democrat firebomber brought signs, but you know how they love signs. So they're very angry, not with the number of illegal aliens in the country murdering and raping, but with the fact that the White House put up signs that made it impossible for the filthy, corrupt news media to pretend that they don't know what's being talked about. And then Caroline Leavitt and our border czar, Tom Homan, held a press conference laying out the reality of what's going on in the country and what they are trying to do about it. And the news media is on a jihad against them. They're really, why do you think they call it MS-13 NBC? Here's Jonathan Lemire on MS-13 NBC this morning.
The White House has put up about 100 posters of what they say are unauthorized immigrants who've been arrested for violent crimes.
Unauthorized immigrants.
They put them up on the driveway of the White House. If you look here, that's the West Wing just at the forefront, the executive mansion itself to the left. But what's particularly noteworthy about this location is it is right directly behind the positions where TV correspondents do their hits from the White House lawn. So therefore, no matter what network you're on, as it is MSNBC, if you're doing a hit from the White House right now, those pictures will be behind you.
And they're angry. I can't believe they're forcing us to acknowledge something that we are burying rather than reporting. And Jonathan Lemire, is he transgender technically? I'm not really sure. It's hard to say. Jasmine, is Jonathan Lemire transgender? It's hard to say. But there's Jonathan, unauthorized migrants. Is that the unauthorized migrants? That is illegal alien gang members raping and murdering. And beneath them, it says arrested, and then there's a mugshot, and then it lists the crime or crimes that they've been arrested for beneath the photograph, the mugshot. Now, they're not saying they were convicted. The posters are more accurate and correct than is MS-13 NBC. The posters on the front lawn of the White House are more accurate and more complete than anything Jonathan Lemire is saying on MS-13 NBC. They're unauthorized. And yeah, we don't know if they're, all they've said is they're arrested. Are you claiming, Jonathan Lemire, that these individuals have not been arrested? The mugshots that are shown, and that the charges listed below, they're mugshots like murder, sexual assault, rape. Are you saying that these people have not been arrested on these charges? Because that's all the posters say, is that here's a mugshot of a person who was arrested. Here's the charge for which he was arrested. Doesn't say convicted and found guilty, because you guys are going to drag it out for decades and decades, because they would have due process, they say, that has dragged out every illegal alien in court for decades to come, making billions of dollars for corrupt lawyers, many of whom went to Ivy League institutions. Jonathan Lemire on MS-13 NBC this morning, very angry when the truth slaps him in the face like a fish. Oh, I'm sorry, Jonathan, not Maria Teresa Kumar. Oh, is this Maria Teresa Kumar? Maria Teresa Kumar.
One of the biggest challenges that we have with the deportations that we know of so far, for example, with Kilmer Abreu Garcia, we don't know if they've had due process. We don't know if, in fact, these individuals do have a rap sheet. So I would encourage those individuals that have that as a backshot to blur those people out.
Blur those. This is Maria Teresa Kumar on MS-13 NBC saying, and she's smirking. You can hear the dripping smirk. We don't know if they have a rap sheet. What is it? That's not a question on the table. We don't know if they have a cat at home either, but that's not important. We don't know if they had a breakfast burrito for breakfast, but the sign doesn't say that. The sign doesn't say they have a rap sheet. It says they've been arrested, and this is the crime for which they've been arrested, and here's their mugshot. So that, unless you're disputing the accuracy or the truth of the mugshots and the charges for which they've been arrested, or if you want to question whether they've actually been arrested, then were you talking about all these peripheral, tangential things, completely irrelevant to what the White House has done. Maria Teresa Kumar.
The job of journalism is to ensure that we are presenting the facts, that we are cross-referencing. We know that PolyFact actually checked the Trump administration because of an earlier picture that they released on Kilmer, recognizing that it was altered, that it was false, that they placed gang signs on gang tattoos on him that weren't real.
Lie. She is a liar, a fraud, a charlatan. What is it commonly known? A lion Sacagawea. She's a lion Sacagawea. But a lion Sacagawea is this person. But she's the CEO of Voto Latino. That's why she's on MSDNC, Maria Teresa Kumar. She's that's not even English, but she's the CEO of the Latino political organization Voto Latino. Why don't you speak English? Why don't you talk American? Welcome to the country. Aren't you amazing? She's a Colombian American political rights activist. So even now she's talking about the photographs that were taken while Democrat Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen was hanging out with his buddy in the El Salvador prison, and there are photographs that were taken. Somebody zoomed in on his left hand and found that the tattoos on his knuckles, who doesn't have tattoos on all their knuckles, with the marijuana leaf, the left hand, index finger, marijuana leaf representing M. Ask any gang police officer that deals with gangs. And then the smiley face is the S. And then they had the 1 and the 3 and their little MS-13 code. And then the White House published that photo after it became public on the internet. And they put the decoder, because you ask any, again, police officer that deals with gangs all over the country and every state because of the Democrats. And here is Maria Teresa Kumar. Yeah, and they put this, she's lying. And Jonathan Lemire sits there with his head wedged deep into his dark remote location because he doesn't follow the news. He doesn't know how to respond to lies being told by Voto Latino lady, not English words, on MS-13 DNC.
The press right now, we are absolutely under attack. Our job is always to have our true north, to make sure that we're presenting balanced news.
You're lying.
And making sure that we are not putting folks that are potentially in danger, and having that representation of those pictures in the background. We can't allow that to basically for us to carry the water of potentially innocent people. So I would encourage, I recognize live shots are tough, but I would encourage folks to actually make sure that those shots are blurred to the best of your abilities.
I'll bet $1 that the CNN MSDNC, MS13DNC will blur the photos. The White House, and that's why the White House put them out there. And once again, they're falling into the White House's trap of proving how corrupt they are as fake journalists. And this woman with her, what about the tattoos, like it's some kind of fake. You're the only fake in the discussion. You're the only fraud. We should put her face on one of the posters out front. And they should put the judges, like the Wisconsin, the Milwaukee judge that facilitated the escape of the, I don't think it was his wife, but if it was his wife, he'd be a wife beater. As it is now, he is a woman beater, and the Democrats rescue them. They love murderers like Luigi Mangione. They love gang members like Kilmore Abrego Garcia. From the Senate Democrat, Senate House members, Democrat judges who are shacking up at home with Tren de Aragua members in New Mexico and helping them escape, helping illegal alien woman beaters, leaving them bloodied and battered. And then you got a Democrat woman helping him escape because she won't cooperate with the federal government. It's a breakaway. It's like the Civil War when they started breaking away to keep their slaves. The Democrats, they love slavery. Now they love illegal aliens. There's just something about them and cheap labor, I guess, huh? I figured out they don't have to house and feed illegal aliens, though. They just let them go free to rape and murder and plunder because they're too busy firebombing the homes of Jewish governors.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
WMAL traffic from the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center. 2 late accidents on the Virginia Beltway keep us below speed. Trying to get into Merrillville, the crash on the inner loop between 236 and Route 50, and heading out of Tyson's inner loop after the toll road near 123 crash reported. Roadwork set up on the Fairfax County Parkway this morning in the northbound direction. As you come up to the widening project at Pope's Head Road, it's going to be a single lane getting by. We're already back in delays near Burke Center Parkway. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Sunny and pleasant today with a high near 80. Clear skies overnight with a low 50.
Making sense of your world.
Common sense. Let's get back to common sense.
WMAL's Vince Colonnese, weekdays at noon.
Now that should give you a lot of cause for hope.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. Making sense of the headlines, making sense of your world. WMAL's Vince Colonnese.
Thank you for all you do on the radio show.
What a nice call. Thank you very much.
Weekdays noon to 3. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
When your business information is missing or inconsistent across the internet, search engines won't find you, and customers won't either. Help ensure customers see you and not your competitors. Boost your findability. Cumulusboost.com. CUMULUS Boost.com.
Nightly Scroll with Haley Carania.
I'm Haley Carania. I scroll with the homies here in the live chat, and I love my long scrolls on my phone at night. The show is literally called Nightly Scroll. My screen time has reached astronomical levels, but I do it to get all of the videos and all of the content that you won't find anywhere else. I don't want to be surrounded by an echo chamber, so I hope you join me. Someone just said the show is great. Keep it up. Thank you. I will.
Nightly Scroll with Haley Carania. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
School absences are often due to the absence of necessary resources, but when Communities in Schools is present, students are connected to the support they need to show up ready to learn. Visit communitiesinschools.org. Being present matters.
I was choosing alcohol over my family. That's when I made the call. Now I'm finding better ways to cope.
Mental health care works when you make the call. Visit mentalhealthcareworks.org. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
Hi, I'm Vince Colonnese, host of The Vince Show and Vince Podcast. It's a show with an obsessive focus on what's good for America. I'll give you the truth beneath the headlines of all of the nation's top stories. The Vince Show is redefining news talk with in-depth interviews, live caller interactions, and a front row seat to the most important conversations of the day, every day. The Vince Show and Vince Podcast.
WMAL's Vince Colonnese, weekdays at noon. News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
What would you give for a child you loved to make their wish come true? to help them fight a critical illness. Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together,
there, it went through there. Vegas, it won't let me post that word, blowhard.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, millions of kids don't have the supplies they need. Donor Shoes is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. Learn more at DonorShoes.org.
While serving in Iraq, our vehicle was hit. They didn't think I was going to make it. I'm Latoya Lucas, and I'm a veteran. I had to learn to live with the scars, both visible and invisible.
DAV helps veterans like Latoya get the benefits they've earned. They help more than 1 million veterans every year.
My victory is overcoming my wounds so I can help other veterans.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Imagine the hospital experience. There's a constant parade of serious doctors, countless tests, and a serious diagnosis. Scary surgeries are followed by painful recoveries. We're in the hospital for days, weeks, months. Now imagine you're a child. This is why Starlight exists. Starlight programs help kids in the hospital cope, build resilience, bolster confidence, and change their outlook. Because happiness matters. Visit starlight.org to learn more.
Making sense of your money.
The state of the economy, the ability to afford your life. That's what people want.
WMAL's Vince Colonnese, weekdays at noon.
The kind of thing I pay attention to, I'm looking at.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Okay, gosh, I got unsurprisingly taken off of my intended track this morning because of things going on at the White House in the 8 a.m. hour, and that's what we do. We roll with it, baby. Now let's go to the telephones. Let's go to Donnie calling from Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Donnie, you're on the Chris Plant Show, by gosh.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Like I was telling your screener.
And where are the signs coming from? Oh, that's a good question. I noticed that one of the Jew-hating violent attacks in New York over the weekend, the posters were by the Socialist Workers' Party. I've got that coming up, too. Stay right there.
My name is Luis Fonsi. No one should face Alzheimer's or other dementias alone. Resources are available at alz.org and by calling the Alzheimer's Association's 24/7 free hotline at 800-272-3900.
WMAL News at 10. Good morning, everyone. I'm John Matthews. A baby step, perhaps, to ending the war in Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin today declared a 3-day ceasefire starting next Thursday to coincide with World War II Victory Day commemorations. This as the U.S. works with both Russia and Ukraine to find a path to peace. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
The president has made it clear he wants to see a permanent ceasefire first to stop the killing, stop the bloodshed. And while he remains optimistic he can strike a deal, he's also being realistic as well. And both leaders need to come to the table to negotiate their way out of this.
One major issue, Crimea. Russia wants to keep it. Ukraine and European leaders say that's a deal breaker. It is almost official. An hour from now, D.C. and the Washington Commanders will announce a deal for a new stadium at the old RFK site.
When I first stepped into RFK Stadium, I knew I'd found a home.
Beloved Washington quarterback Joe Theismann in a Commanders video ahead of today's announcement. Mayor Muriel Bowser noting D.C.'s economy needs a change.
We have to be committed to tough decisions that change the business environment here.
But it may be a tougher sell to the D.C. Council, Chair Phil Mendelson.
We shouldn't put public dollars in it.
Under the current plan, D.C. would be on the hook for over $850 million of the $3 billion deal. Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
Virginia's official GOP nominee for lieutenant governor says political operatives of Governor Glenn Youngkin are trying to push him out after explicit online photos emerged that have been tied to accounts run by the candidate John Reed.
Representatives of my campaign have been told by the leader of Governor Youngkin's political organization that the attacks on me will continue unless I drop out of the race for lieutenant governor. What colossal arrogance and abuse to a loyal fellow Republican, and like it or not, the declared legal nominee of our party.
Reed, who is gay, said in an online video Sunday he had nothing to do with the photos and that he's going nowhere. Meanwhile, a unity rally this week that was to include the entire statewide ticket has been canceled. No comment from Youngkin on Reed's claims. A new report from the New York Times offers new details into what happened moments before a commercial jet collided with a military helicopter over the Potomac River back in January.
According to the investigation by the Times, failures were more complex than previously known. As part of covert training, technology on the military helicopter that allows controllers to track the aircraft was turned off. The controller in the tower working alone also reportedly failed to issue clear, urgent instructions to the Black Hawk to avert the crash. Now, the NTSB says it will issue a final report on the causes of the crash early next year.
7 News' John Gonzalez. A second arrest has been made in the theft of the purse of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem at a D.C. restaurant last weekend.
Agents say the co-conspirator was arrested in Miami, Florida. 49-year-old Mario Bustamante Leyva, who is accused of being in the country illegally, is the primary suspect in the case and was arrested last week. Officers believe both suspects are linked to a pattern of robberies in the district, and more arrests are expected.
7 News' Adriana Hopkins. Checking your money, the Dow is up 74 points. NASDAQ's down 60. Up next, traffic and weather on WMAL.
WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station.
Your phone has a lot of apps, but how many of them help you make sense of your world? The new WMAL app gives you the latest headlines,
Perspective from the voices you trust.
and weather info to keep you in the know, all without having to remember yet another password.
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Stream your favorite shows, get the day's top headlines, and access our podcast archives, all with the new WMAL app.
Thank you.
Get the WMAL app today on Google Play or the Apple App Store, and stay connected.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Hackers don't need much. Just one leaked password can potentially unlock a treasure trove of personal information, leading to stress, pain, and permanently wrecked credit. Don't be an easy target. Get protection by Aura today. Aura protects your identity, finances, and family all in one powerful app. Get real-time alerts, safeguard your accounts, and block scams before they happen. If identity theft strikes, we help you recover. Stay protected at aura.com/stream. That's AURA.com/stream.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflush.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe, and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflush.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflush.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free, so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflush.com.
Steve Hirschhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
On 270 southbound, a little bit heavy still from Father Hurley Boulevard, off and on down to Route 124 Montgomery Village Avenue. Northbound on 270, if you're heading north of town, quite a backup from Route 80 up to Route 85, where an accident blocks 2 right lanes. On the Beltway Inner Loop, there's heavy still from Springfield up to Braddock Road and off and on after that to Gallows Road. Outer Loop delays continue from 95 in College Park to Georgia Avenue. And then for Old Georgetown Road, to River Road on your way toward the American Legion Bridge. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Lots of sunshine for the remainder of the afternoon. Temperatures in the 70s, mainly clear and cool overnight, 50s by early tomorrow morning. Clouds will increase tomorrow. We're in the 80s. Chance for storms tomorrow night. I'm 7 News meteorologist Steve Rudin of the First Alert Weather Center.
67 in Washington. John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Now on 105.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app.
Trivia. How can you tell when a hard-boiled egg is cooked all the way? How can you tell?
The north lawn is dotted with 100 yard signs that show the illegal immigrant mugshots next to the heinous crime that they have been accused of. And
take a raw egg and try to do this.
In this country who are trying to help these illegal immigrants, the 100 listed on the lawn, avoid prosecution. And the White House has a big problem with them too.
Yes. Peter Doocy of the Fox News Channel this morning at the White House after the big briefing with the press secretary and Tom Homan, the border czar. The Democrat Party is fighting for everything illegal. The Democrat Party loves murder. See, Luigi Mangione. Luigi Mangione is, they want their daughters to marry or at least date. That's a euphemism, Luigi Mangione. Only because he's a murderer. And he murdered a CEO, Brian Thompson, a father of two and a husband. Never committed a crime in his life. The Democrats love crime. Also, did you see the Democrat governor of the state of Illinois who inherited billions from his grandfather, who was actually productive, even though he's not, except when it comes to consuming enormous quantities of food. He's very productive there. But he was on a bloated rage yesterday, the Democrat governor was, and he says Republicans cannot know a moment of peace. I think he's a civil war, a bloated civil warnik. The Democrat Party is a criminal enterprise. Pretty amazing stuff. And why can the Republican Party never know a moment of peace? Because the Republican Party doesn't want illegal alien gang members to run the United States of America and to be sneaked out the back door of courthouses when they're there to face the music for beating the bloody hell out of women, which Democrats apparently support now. They support the murder of CEOs. They support gangs from Venezuela like Tren de Aragua. They support gangs from El Salvador like MS-13. They support mayhem, murder. And here is the Democrat governor. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker on Sunday called for mass protests against Jewish governors, maybe Molotov cocktails and firebomb their Jewish homes on Passover. So Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker on Sunday called for mass protests against the Trump administration and blasted do-nothing Democrats. Come on. One already shot President Trump through the ear. Another tried to shoot him on a golf course. You Democrats, Bernie Sanders campaign volunteers shot Congressman Steve Scalise. A Democrat firebombed the Jewish governor's house on Passover in Pennsylvania. You guys burned cities from coast to coast, caused billions in damage, murdered dozens of people, injured thousands of police. And that was just because a career criminal and junkie, George Floyd, died of heart failure while resisting arrest yet again. You can't say that they're do-nothing Democrats. You guys are a violent criminal enterprise from coast to coast. But Governor Pritzker angry with do-nothing Democrats who have failed to mount a stronger opposition. I hesitate to imagine what J.B. Pritzker might be able to mount. Whatever he mounted, I think it would break under the pressure. But he needs to mount a stronger opposition to the Republicans in control of the federal government. Maybe just amazing stuff, this guy. He says, never before in my life have I called for mass protests. He just called for, free smorgasbords.
Never before in my life have I called for mass protests, for mobilization, for disruption. But I am now.
Woo! kill somebody. He is now. And they all say woo. They love to say woo, don't they? They love that woo thing. The Democrat Party. Just remarkable. And what is he? Why is he said mass disruption? But I am now. Mass pro for mobilize and mass disruption. You know why? Because they love crime. They love illegal aliens. They love gangs. They love the murder of CEOs. This is what they're inciting. I would say that maybe now that 2 judges have been arrested, maybe the governor should be arrested for inciting riots and violence. You have to wait for the riots because, they're attacking in Brooklyn, New York. Yesterday, they were attacking the Jewish people. They were attacking the Jewish people in Brooklyn, New York on Saturday, violent mobs attacking the Jews. They dress like terrorists with their terrorist headdresses covering their faces. And the Democrat Party is a violent criminal organization just because of the way they behave every day. But Pritzker gave a keynote address at the New Hampshire Democratic Party McIntyre Shaheen 100 Club dinner. What is they want 100 riots? Is that here is the corpulent Democrat governor of Illinois.
These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace. They have to understand that we will fight their cruelty with every megaphone and microphone that we have. We must castigate them on the soapbox and then punish them at the ballot box.
These Democrats, these Republicans, rather, cannot know a moment. Now, imagine if I, as a conservative radio talk show host, if I came on the radio and said, these Democrats cannot know a moment of peace, right? And I'm not the governor of any state, but if I said, I'm calling for mass protest, for mobilization, for disruption, and these Democrats cannot know a moment of peace, that would be considered to be somewhat incendiary, wouldn't it? And controversial. We must castigate them on the soapbox and then punish them at the ballot box. This is, when Democrats aren't in the way of shooting Donald Trump and shooting Congressman Steve Scalise and shooting up Elon Musk car dealerships and firebombing Elon Musk automobiles, and they've got suicide attackers a guy who rented an Elon Musk electric vehicle and then self-immolated at the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada. These people are inciting more suicide attacks. They're inciting more violence. They must be castigated, he says, of Republicans. They should never know a moment of peace. Wow. And he's a billionaire who inherited billions from his grandfather, who started the Hyatt Hotel chain and was actually a productive member of society. This bloated, corpulent corpse, on the other hand, is inciting violence, and the Democrats do this quite constantly. Those same do-nothing Democrats.
And new speculation that Governor J.B. Pritzker may be gearing up for a presidential run, the dinner speech that has people wondering.
This is what you incite civil war in the United States. You incite violence based on your politics. And the news media says, hey, looks like he's running for president. Of what? But this is the Democrat Party and the corrupt media, the filthy, rotten, corrupt news media, the most corrupt institution in America. This is what the Democrats do. Isn't that amazing? Now, let me get to, let's go back to, that's it for Pritzker, right? And let's go because we've got a lot going on in the world thanks to the violent criminal enterprise called the Democrat Party. Let's go to the criminal judge in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who freed an illegal alien arrested for beating the bloody hell out of a woman. And the Democrat judge helped the illegal alien who is in court to face the music. This Democrat judge, Hannah Dugan, helped the criminal illegal alien escape the courthouse because she wants more crime against women, because the Democrat Party is a bloodthirsty bunch of leftists. Pretty amazing stuff. Now, the Fox News channel wrote, Mexican migrant, that is to say illegal alien, Wisconsin judge accused of helping evade ICE faces domestic abuse charges. So she's helping a domestic abuser, illegal alien, Mexican national, Eduardo Flores Ruiz. He was deported back in 2013 because he was here illegally. And then because of Democrats, he sneaked back into the country. And this judge helped him escape when he was in court just the other day. A Mexican migrant, who a Wisconsin judge, was arrested for allegedly helping evade arrest by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents on Friday, faces domestic abuse charges, according to court records. Eduardo Flores Ruiz, 30 years old, was arrested by ICE after his pre-trial hearing before Milwaukee County Circuit Judge Hannah Dugan last Friday. Flores Ruiz faces 3 counts of domestic abuse, infliction of physical pain or injury, and all of the domestic abuse charges he faces are Class A misdemeanors, 3 of them. He made his initial appearance in court on March 18th after the alleged incident, which occurred March 12th. Now, this Democrat judge, pretty amazing stuff. Tricia McLaughlin, once again, Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs, Department of Homeland Security, looks like a wonderful spokeswoman, said this criminal illegal alien has a laundry list of violent criminal charges, including strangulation, suffocation, battery, and domestic abuse. And the Democrats are looking, including a woman judge. Let's go to this because this is great. And then there's another judge that was arrested as well because this judge, another Democrat judge, this time in New Mexico, this guy was arrested because he had a Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang member living in his house, passing around rifles and guns and ammo and pretty amazing stuff. And they all love Kilmore Abrego Garcia. Amazing stuff. The Democrat judge, Hannah Dugan, hundreds protest demanding obstruction charges be dropped for Milwaukee judge Hannah Dugan. You've got a mob of hundreds of criminals, they call themselves Democrats in Milwaukee, demanding that charges be dropped against the judge. She broke the law. She unambiguously and obviously broke the law. And in fact, Tom Homan was talking about that at the White House this morning too. But then the other judge who was giving safe haven to a Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang member in his home, he was arrested too. Amazing. Also, by the way, I told you last week about Kristi Noem, Secretary Kristi Noem, who is the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, was having Easter dinner in a restaurant in Washington when she was robbed by a criminal who has since been arrested. And it was, guess what? An illegal alien that was arrested for robbing Kristi Noem thousands of dollars. Just the bag she carries, thousands of dollars in cash, her passport, and the illegal aliens. Now, the Democrats are also very, very angry about a raid on illegal aliens at a club in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Is Colorado a border state, Michael? Is Colorado Springs on the border with Mexico? But what did they arrest? More than 100 illegal aliens at one nightclub in one town, Colorado Springs, Colorado. Not a border town, not a border state. And the Democrats are furious that anybody was arrested because their criminal behavior. Isn't it amazing? And when you hear this fraud, this charlatan from the New York Times saying, oh, you can't arrest judges just for breaking the law. What would happen to the law if we started arresting judges who are breaking the law? The Democrats are the party of crime. And I think that they support crime. They're big fans of crime. They promote crime. They legislate more crime. The Democrat Party. Wow. And I've got a lot to say about all that today and a lot of audio to share with you as well. Did you know that the all-new third generation Eden Pure air purifier, the Thunderstorm, you know the Thunderstorm, it has finally arrived. And the third generation builds on the incredible success of the previous generation's model, which earned thousands of five-star reviews on Al Gore's amazing internet, quickly became a bestseller. This new Eden Pure Thunderstorm uses two technologies that studies have shown help to kill up to 99.9% of bacteria and viruses floating in the air. Also removes dust and pet stuff and smoke and a whole lot more from the air that you breathe, and it gets rid of any smelly odor. You don't have to replace filters in the Eden Pure Thunderstorm again and again either. It is self-contained, and you can hold one in your hand. They're only this big. The Thunderstorm will help get rid of any stinky smell, trash cans, cigarette smoke, liberal protesters, musty basements, no match for the Eden Pure Thunderstorm. And right now, you can save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. So you can put them in your basement, your teenager's room, any place you like to breathe clean, fresh air. All you have to do is go to EdenPureDeals.com and use the discount code CHRIS3, CHRIS, and the number 3 to save $200 on 3 Thunderstorms. That's EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is CHRIS3. Yeah, the Democrat Party, they inflicted the first American Civil War. And if you listen to them today, I'd say that we have grounds for concern once again. A lot of that is coming up.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
The Bigger Pockets Podcast Network is your home for real estate investing.
Can we have an honest talk about real estate?
What's your opinion on the market?
Every day, I hear people talking about how it's impossible to invest in real estate and it's not even worthwhile anymore. I'm getting pretty frustrated.
Get real talk from real estate pros.
I am trying to be debt-free by 40.
You have got to pay attention to this trend.
Or follow me and I'll let you know what's going on.
Search for the Bigger Pockets Real Estate Show anywhere you listen to your podcasts.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align. Because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
Imagine the hospital experience. There's a constant parade of serious doctors, countless tests, and a serious diagnosis. Scary surgeries are followed by painful recoveries. You're in the hospital for days, weeks, months. Now imagine you're a child. This is why Starlight exists. Starlight programs help kids in the hospital cope, build resilience, bolster confidence, and change their outlook. Because happiness matters. Visit starlight.org to learn more.
Making sense of your world.
This is no conspiracy theory. This is a fact. Here it is.
Mark Levin, weekdays 6 to 9 p.m.
Listen to this, would you?
News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
Hey there, I'm Paula Pan, host of the Afford Anything podcast. I help people make the smartest money decisions possible.
You should not do the 401k loan.
Reason number 4,872. Are we heading for a recession?
You'd be shocked.
Dumping it into the house?
Invest in flipping houses.
Mathematically the better option.
Paula Pants really keeping us in business.
Because face it, money's too important to wing it. Review your budget.
Take the reins.
Sharpen your skills.
Do the thing.
Start a side hustle
that will affect your life.
Right. Afford Anything. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Your phone has a lot of apps, But how many of them help you make sense of your world? The new WMAL app gives you the latest headlines, perspective from the voices you trust, and weather info to keep you in the know, all without having to remember yet another password.
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Stream your favorite shows, get the day's top headlines, and access our podcast archives, all with the new WMAL app.
Thank you.
Get the WMAL app today on Google Play or the Apple App Store, and stay connected.
A Better Life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
You know, AI chatbots, they're here to stay. In the short time they've been around, I have seen incredible potential in both of my professions, journalism and neurosurgery. But what about using chatbots for therapy? That is something people are starting to do. And I got to tell you, experts are divided on whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Research has found that chatbots can potentially help people deal with things like anxiety and depression, building healthier habits, stopping smoking. But at the same time, at the risk of stating the obvious, as real as they can sound, these chatbots are not human, nor are they bound by HIPAA to protect your privacy. Keep that in mind. They can be prone to hallucinations and bias and inaccuracies. For most people, these bots are going to be fine to play around with for some ideas, but keep in mind as well, they are no substitute for professional help. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
WMAL, making sense of the vote because elections have consequences. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Yes. Let's go to the telephones before we get back to the crazy Democrats. Let's talk to normal people. Let's go to Jack, calling from the big state of California. Jack, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Chris, you have the greatest show. Your courage. I hope these Republicans, I think they're coming into town today, back into town. These guys need your courage. You listening to you jacks me up because I'm in California. We got a bunch of idiots here. Do I need to run through the idiots that we have leading us here in the Congress?
It's only a 3-hour show.
Well, I know you love Swalwell, so I keep bringing up Swalwell, but you forgot about your other buddy, Ted Lieu, we have.
He's a humdinger.
I mean, it's unbelievable, but the reason I'm calling you is they now all weekend long, they were telling us we need $4 billion, we need $40 billion. Brad Sherman, your other buddy, had town hall meetings, and you know where that $40 billion is going to go. They think it's going to go to, they're telling us it's going to go to fires and things like that. You know, the mayor of LA has $1 billion debt. She was a congresswoman named Karen Bass.
Yep.
You remember her?
Oh, yeah.
Barbara Lee, I know she was your favorite a long time ago. She left Congress. She's now the mayor of Oakland.
Yeah. Congratulations to Oakland.
So where is this $40 billion going to go? They can't. Congress, have guts. Do not let this money go and give it to Gavin Newsom. He had $100 billion surplus.
Just got to raise taxes on Californians, you know.
This is the Chris Plant Show. WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station. Making sense of the news. News Talk 105.9. News now.
WMAL News at 10:30. Good morning. I'm John Matthews. The Kremlin's declared a 72-hour ceasefire in Ukraine starting next Thursday. As Russia marks Victory Day in World War II, Kyiv wants a longer and immediate truce. The move comes as President Trump scales up efforts to broker a peace deal in Ukraine. The Vatican says the conclave to elect a successor to Pope Francis will begin next Wednesday. Vatican said more than 180 cardinals participated in the informal meeting in Rome today. A smaller group of 135, known as the College of Cardinals, is eligible to elect a new pope. DC Mayor Muriel Bowser and the Commanders reached an agreement to construct a new home for the football team on the site of the old RFK Stadium. Further details on timing and funding for that are expected in a news conference in the next half hour. Traffic and weather next.
Blowing out your birthday candles should be easy, but if you have undiagnosed COPD, you may find yourself short of breath. Early diagnosis and treatment can add years to your life. If you have symptoms like wheezing or chronic cough, talk to your doctor and visit copdfoundation.org today.
WMAL traffic and weather. Steve Hirschhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
On the inner loop at the Beltway, Virginia, north on 495, after the Springfield interchange before Braddock Road, 3 center lanes are closed with an accident causing delays from 95 and 395 from the Springfield interchange heading north. Then after that, on the inner loop, you'll be slow from 123 to the construction after the toll road in the right lane. Outer loop is pretty slow. River Road across the American Legion Bridge down to the George Washington Parkway. Southbound 95 to 123. Roadwork blocks one left lane. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Sunshine today with the high near 80. Clear skies overnight and a low of 50. It is 67 at Reagan National. John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Making sense of your money.
The state of the economy, the ability to afford your life. That's what people want.
WMAL's Vince Colonnese, weekdays at noon.
The kind of thing I pay attention to, I'm looking at.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
I was choosing alcohol over my family. That's when I made the call. Now I'm finding better ways to cope.
Mental health care works when you make the call. Visit mentalhealthcareworks.org. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
Making sense of your world.
This is no conspiracy theory. This is a fact. Here it is.
Mark Levin, weekdays 6 to 9 p.m.
Listen to this, would you?
News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
This is my new best friend, Esther. She might look like any normal, playful puppy, but Esther's being raised to become a canine companions for independence assistance dog for a person with a disability. To get there, she needs lots of loving care and attention, plenty of exercise, and good eating habits so that she can live a long and healthy life for her future family. Visit cci.org or call 1-800-572-BARK. Raise a puppy, change a life. You can make a world of difference in the life of a person with a disability.
Every time I feel my baby kick, I sing. You don't understand. I never sing. I'm not good at singing. I'm the only person I know who's been booed off a karaoke stage. But that was before I was pregnant. Today, I'm a singer with a captive audience of one. She doesn't boo me. She never will. We know how it feels. We're the March of Dimes. Find out how we can help you have a healthier baby at marchofdimesbaby.org. Nightly Scroll with Haley Carania.
I'm Haley Carania. I scroll with the homies here in the live chat, and I love my long scrolls on my phone at night. The show is literally called Nightly Scroll. My screen time has reached astronomical levels, but I do it to get all of the videos and all of the content that you won't find anywhere else. I don't want to be surrounded by an echo chamber, so I hope you join me. Someone just said the show is great. Keep it up. Thank you. I will.
Nightly Scroll with Haley Carania. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
As a young adult at this point in your life, you probably have a lot of questions. Like, what's next? What does my future hold? The thing is, there's no right answer, only your answer. Your friendships, experiences, and purpose. It's all your choice. So what will you choose? As you make choices about the future, the military can be a resource for information to help bring a fulfilling path into focus. A public service message from the Department of Defense. To learn more, visit todaysmilitary.com.
Making sense of the border.
Homeland security is right there at the tippy top of American concerns.
WMAL's Vince Colonnese, weekdays at noon.
You've got to be tough.
News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news. WMAL, making sense of the headlines, because common sense isn't so common. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
I'm sorry, Jack, that I ran out the clock on you. This clock is a real nuisance. But Jack is talking about he lives in California, talking about and all the geniuses that the Democrats have put in power there. And they got a lot of them, that's for sure. But it's true that California is planning on asking Congress coming back to Washington today, as Jack also mentioned. And the state of California and Mr. Hairgel is planning on demanding. They never ask; they always demand, don't they? $40 billion. They want $40 billion taxpayer dollars for the state of California, and Congress has to hand it over. Otherwise, they're the bad guys here. And why does California need $40 billion federal taxpayer dollars, just not part of the regular annual money that goes from Washington to California. It's because Democrats have run California for so long now that water doesn't come out of fire hydrants, that cities burn and no one knows what to do about it because they have the Barbara Lees and the all of the very, very dim-witted and corrupt Democrats. And boy, the corruption is extraordinary. So another $40 billion for the state of California. And if the Biden Democrats were in town, everyone would whisper, the news media would cover it up. Amazing stuff. Now, let's get to this, the Democrats breaking criminals out of courthouses because the Democrat Party is an ongoing criminal enterprise. And I mentioned briefly that Kristi Noem, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, had her purse stolen on Easter Sunday, where she was eating in a restaurant in Washington, D.C., proper, with her family, Easter dinner, and somebody, we learned, stole her purse, which had $3,000 in cash, which the news media can't stop talking about, and they got Louis Vuitton and whatever other fancy purses, fancy stuff. But the criminal stole it. The news media is more obsessed with attacking Kristi Noem and her purse and the amount of money she had to give away to family members and employees on Easter weekend, but never mind that. But it turns out they were police work. They were actually able to arrest the person that stole her purse, and it was, you'll be shocked to learn, an illegal, filthy, stinking alien that the Democrat Party brought into the country to commit crimes. They're not sending their best, pretty amazing stuff. So Kristi Noem put out a statement, and now they've arrested a second suspect who is also an illegal alien, because the Democrats love crime and they love criminals and they love Luigi Mangione. But Kristi Noem put out a statement, her office put out a statement saying, thank you to the Secret Service and ICE and our law enforcement partners for finding and arresting the criminal who stole my bag on Easter Sunday as I shared a meal with my family at a Washington, D.C. restaurant. And it's like a nice burger place. It's not a very fancy, expensive place. It's a nice burger place. Kristi Noem said, the individual is a career criminal who has been in our country illegally for years. Isn't that amazing? And the Democrat Party applauds this, and that means the news media applauds this too, because the news media is the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party is pro-crime, pro-criminal, pro-illegal alien, pro-foreign gang member. They're for everything bad. They're the left. They're not liberals. So the illegal alien, a career criminal, has been in the country for years. Joe Biden and the Democrats invited him in to attack and steal and eventually kill. And then we'll spend millions to incarcerate them. And if you want to deport them, the Democrats will lay down on runways at airports to keep the planes from taking off. Kristi Noem said, unfortunately, so many families in this country have been made victims by crime, and that's why President Trump is working every single day to make America safe and get these criminal aliens off our streets. And honestly, the Democrats are furious about this because of their many mental illnesses. Now, there's more on the illegal alien front too, but let's get, because it all traces back to illegal aliens. The criminal Democrat judge in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Hannah Dugan, who helped an illegal alien criminal in court for beating the hell out of a woman. And Hannah Dugan, a woman herself, but maybe she's a Democrat judge. She may not know what a woman is, like Ketanji Brown Jackson, who's not a biologist and therefore shouldn't be serving on the Supreme Court because she doesn't know what a woman is. Isn't that amazing? But let's go to this clown, David Brooks, who is allegedly a journalist, and he's a New York Times guy. And he was, of course, on PBS because it's a big circle fest in a bathtub for the entire Democrat Party and the news media. But this was pretty amazing stuff. Now, he's theoretically, technically an opinion writer, but never mind that. New York Times columnist calls arrested judges civil disobedience. She's engaging in civil disobedience to protect wife beaters because that's a new civil right, beating the bloody snot out of women. And here is David Brooks on the PBS News Hour. This is quite remarkable. He said she's a hero because she helped a criminal woman beater escape justice, and he was caught thanks to actual law enforcement shortly thereafter. New York Times columnist David Brooks argued a Wisconsin judge allegedly shielding an illegal migrant from U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement agents it's illegal and it's heroic. David Brooks.
Well, obviously, they're trying to send a note of intimidation.
She's arrested.
Not only to her, but to all judges and maybe to all Americans.
Intimidation,
all
Americans.
Who are appalled by what the administration is doing. And there will be times for civil disobedience.
Intimidation to judges, and you hear him chortling, and perhaps all Americans. Well, all Americans aren't. Most Democrats are helping criminal illegal alien gangs from foreign beep-hole countries that they fled to get away from the crime, and then they bring it here. And the Democrats are stalwart defenders of crime and criminals from beep-hole countries that they fled. Intimidation, to all of us, because we all might be arrested for suddenly being judges, and instead of adjudicating guilt or innocence, helping criminals escape, arrested, accused criminals, and known illegal aliens escape. Isn't that amazing? It's intimidation. And a lot of people are appalled, right? Civil disobedience. David Brooks, she's a hero.
Let's say she did escort this guy out the door.
She did.
If federal enforcement agencies come to your courtroom and you help a guy escape, that is two things. One, it strikes me as maybe something illegal, but it also strikes me as something heroic. And in times of trouble, then people are sometimes called to do civil disobedience. And in my view, when people do civil disobedience, they have to pay the price. That's part of the heroism of it, frankly.
The heroism, it's heroic. He used the word heroism and he used the word heroic in describing a judge that was aiding and abetting an illegal alien criminal who beat the living hell out of a woman's face, and a man, too. They were together. And the news media is not talking about, and they're on PBS, they're not talking about his crimes, not talking about why he was being arrested by federal authorities, but they're turning the criminal into every criminal a hero, right? Just as every cop is a criminal and all the sinners saints. Maybe something illegal, but also heroic. Isn't that amazing? This is the New York Times. According to the criminal complaint, Judge Dugan demanded that the officers proceed to the chief judge's office, right? And after the hearing ended, and then the judge, a Democrat, escorted Flores Ruiz, the illegal alien who beat a woman's face to a bloody pulp, escorted Ruiz and his attorney out a restricted jury door, bypassing the public area where federal law enforcement agents were waiting in order to, she helped him avoid arrest. Now, she should be disbarred. She should be stripped of her law license, which would, I think, disallow her from being a judge. But this is your Democrat Party in 2025. And this is David Brooks, who, by the way, is supposed to be the conservative commentator at the New York Times. It strikes me as maybe something illegal, but also strikes me as something heroic. And at times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me. Then people are sometimes called to do civil disobedience. So beating the hell out of women is now a civil right. To David Brooks, the New York Times, to National Panhandler Radio, Panhandler Broadcasting System, it's NPR on TV, funded by the taxpayer. needs to be defunded yesterday. And this is civil disobedience, because you have a civil right to beat women while you're an illegal alien in the country, committing crimes all over the place. David Brooks.
So you can both think that she shouldn't have legally done this, and that morally protecting somebody against, or maybe not even in this case, but in other cases.
Not this case.
Frankly, a predatory enforcement agency. Sometimes civil disobedience is necessary.
Frankly, a predatory enforcement agency. I literally want every criminal illegal alien to be released in Manhattan. Can we just end in Georgetown in Washington? I think Brooks is a New York Times. I think he lives in Washington, as a matter of fact. Here's the Reverend Al Charlatan. He's paid millions of dollars as a journalist by MS-13 NBC. Aren't they amazing? And he's talking about the same thing. How dare you arrest a judge just for breaking the law? What kind of anarchy would we have if we started arresting people for breaking the law, even if they're judges? The Reverend Al Charlatan, and he's sitting there with the Lizard King, Chuck Schumer.
Trump's FBI arrested Milwaukee Circuit Court Judge Hannah Dugan, who now faces federal charges for allegedly obstructing the arrest of an undocumented immigrant by ICE agents. Immigration advocates have been warning we are on the verge of a constitutional crisis. Has that crisis arrived, Senator?
Yes, it has, unfortunately.
Yes, the Lizard King. A constitutional crisis we got a governor. There's a constitutional crisis. We got a governor of Illinois, Pritzker, who is calling Republicans quislings, treacherous, pro-Nazi, traitorous, treasonous Norwegian during World War II, was executed after the end of the war. But never mind that, because all Trump supporters are quislings, and that should lead to execution based on the quisling model in Norway. And that's what Democrat Governor Pritzker was saying yesterday, where the crowd was cheering. I think they want another civil war. I think that someone should explain to them what's really going on here. But the reality is, you've got a constitutional crisis when judges are walking criminals out the back door, when federal law enforcement, waiting there to arrest them for being in the country illegally and beating the bloody hell out of women. Just saying. And the Lizard King, yes, we've got a constitutional crisis. Jews are being attacked in New York City yesterday and Saturday night by mobs of Democrats. You want to talk Nazis? Maybe you should look at the people targeting the Jewish populations in New York and Los Angeles and on campuses, in particular Ivy League campuses. The Lizard King, Chuck Schumer, he's trying to talk about the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, but he doesn't actually know her name because of his limited mental capacity.
Trump wants to be king. A king doesn't have a constitution. A king just does whatever he wants, and Biondi just goes along with them. They're trying to intimidate judges. This is not the first time or the second. They've said they want to impeach judges. They said they're going to go after judges who don't agree with them. That is so against the Constitution.
Who don't agree with them. They don't agree with them that laws should be enforced, that men that beat women should be held to account, that illegal aliens should not be allowed to roam free by the tens of millions when they're criminals and gang members and wife beaters and human traffickers and drug smugglers. Chuck Schumer.
What Trump, Biondi, and the whole Justice Department are trying to do is push that judge, threaten that judge, so the judge is no longer impartial.
No, so the judge is not a criminal involved in an ongoing criminal enterprise supporting crime. And I don't think beating women is a constitutional right. There is a constitutional crisis here, potentially, and that is that the Democrat leader of the United States Senate and our media icons like the Reverend Al Charlatan are supporting crimes being perpetrated by judges that preside over courts. And when our court system has been so corrupted by the Democrat Party, and Democrat governors are calling 77 million Americans that voted for Trump Nazis, quislings, who were executed at the end of World War II, that might be a constitutional crisis. But arresting judges for committing crimes and breaking the law, that's not a constitutional crisis. Saying that beating women is a civil right and that civil disobedience, as David Brooks of the New York Times said on PBS, with no pushback at all. Yeah, this is a constitutional crisis. Trump and the Nazis, they want to hold judges. What are you people talking about? You know that this country was built on hard work and grit. And whether you're a person that stands all day long, runs around all day chasing the kids, or just doing your part to keep the world turning on its axis every day, you shouldn't have to deal with fatigue and foot pain. And that is where G-Defy shoes come in. G-Defy shoes are built with patented, unique VersaShock technology. The Federal Trade Commission has actually authorized G-Defy to tell you that these shoes will help to relieve minor occasional pain associated with walking, running, and prolonged periods of standing. G-Defy shoes help to absorb harmful shock, align your body, improve your biomechanics, and return energy with every step that you take. My best girl and I, we've got G-Defy shoes. We love them. I had people asking me about them last night at the free speech forum. Right now, you get 50% off your order of $120 or more by texting Chris to 91888. Or you can go to Al Gore's Amazing Internet to gdefy.com, GDEFY.com, and use the code Chris for 50% off. With G-Defy's 60-day risk-free trial, you've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Message and data rates apply. Yeah, they're getting crazier and crazier, and their rhetoric is completely out of control. And that is the highest-ranking Democrat in the United States of America. Well, and the governor of Illinois. They sound like it's 1860 around here.
Maybe something illegal, but it also strikes me as something heroic.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news. Making sense of your morning.
Lots of coverage here on that developing story.
O'Connor and Company. Weekday mornings from 5 to 9.
Larry O'Connor here getting you through your morning.
Making sense of Washington.
Asking some very specific questions, some legitimate questions.
Making sense of the double standard.
Then here's the latest example.
Making sense of the headlines.
Let me break it down for you, because there's plenty to break down here.
O'Connor and Company with Larry O'Connor. Mornings from 5 to 9. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news.
Searching HVAC near here.
Right here, ma'am. How can we help?
Wow, nobody local? Huh.
Wait, what? We are an HVAC company literally in your neighborhood. Why is she not seeing us?
Just all the big chains. Well, it is what it is.
What in the... Can you not see us?
Nope, they can't see you because you're buried deep in the list of local HVAC providers. You are invisible online. Introducing Cumulus Boost. Get a boost, get found, get on the map. Learn more at cumulusboost.com.
This is my new best friend, Esther. She might look like any normal, playful puppy, but Esther's being raised to become a canine companions for independence assistance dog for a person with a disability. To get there, she needs lots of loving care and attention, plenty of exercise, and good eating habits so that she can live a long and healthy life for her future family. Visit cci.org or call 1-800-572-BARK. Raise a puppy, change a life. You can make a world of difference in the life of a person with a disability.
Blowing out your birthday candles should be easy, but if you have undiagnosed COPD, you may find yourself short of breath. Early diagnosis and treatment can add years to your life. If you have symptoms like wheezing or chronic cough, talk to your doctor and visit copdfoundation.org today.
Why did I wait so long to see a retina specialist?
Retinal disease can steal your eyesight, but it doesn't have to. Patients who seek care from a retina specialist have the best chance of preventing vision loss due to age-related macular degeneration or diabetic retinopathy. AMD symptoms to look out for are distortion or warping of straight lines, as well as blurred or loss of central vision. Patients with diabetic retinopathy should seek treatment if they notice the appearance of spots or floaters or blurred and distorted vision. Visit seeforalifetime.org.
Former MLB All-Star Sean Casey, aka the Mayor, keeps hitting it out of the park.
Take my 30 years of experience. Take the wisdom and knowledge I've learned from the failures when I got sent down my rookie year, all the injuries I had to overcome. Your mind is the most important tool you have in life. Be relentless. Keep charging. It matters how you talk to yourself, how you look at the world. That matters. We talk about that. I don't know. I'm fired up. Baseball's back, and it's going to be incredible. I love it.
The Mayor's Office with Sean Casey from Believe. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
My baby brother, a father. Come on, it's time for his nap. Whoa, he can't sleep on his stomach. Babies should always sleep on their backs in a safety-approved crib, and the sleep area should be clear of blankets, toys, and other loose or soft items. It reduces the risk of SIDS.
SIDS?
You know, sudden infant death syndrome.
Guess I need to start studying up on safe sleep for little man here. Being his favorite uncle comes with big responsibilities.
For more information, visit safetosleep.nichd.nih.gov. Sponsored by the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development.
Making sense of the headlines, making sense of your world. WMAL's Vince Colonnades.
Thank you for all you do on the radio show.
What a nice call. Thank you very much. Weekdays, noon to 3. News Talk 105.9. WMAL. Making sense of the news. Your phone has a lot of apps, but how many of them help you make sense of your
Hey,
world?
Frank, this is Billy. Hey, give me a call back.
Gives you the latest headlines, perspective on voices you trust, and weather info to keep you in the know. All without having to remember yet another password.
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Stream your favorite shows, get the day's top headlines, and access our podcast archives, all with the new WMAL app.
Thank you.
Get the WMAL app today on Google Play or the Apple App Store, and stay connected.
No Contest Wrestling, O'Shea Jackson Jr. and TJ Jefferson with the biggest names in the game.
Give it up for the Dark Angel, Meta, first
I can believe it.
NXT double champion. Welcome to King, Lexus King.
I don't know if I'd be where I'm at now if I didn't take the path that I took.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jada Parker. What made you, after the soccer career, go WWE?
The answer I always have to that is like, why not?
The No Contest Wrestling Podcast, part of the Rich Eisen Podcast Network. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Imagine the hospital experience. There's a constant parade of serious doctors, countless tests, and a serious diagnosis. Scary surgeries are followed by painful recoveries. You're in the hospital for days, weeks, months. Now imagine you're a child. This is why Starlight exists. Starlight programs help kids in the hospital cope, build resilience, bolster confidence, and change their outlook. Because happiness matters. Visit starlight.org to learn more.
WMAL, making sense of world events, because those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
And a Democrat judge in New Mexico stepped down when it was learned that a Tren de Aragua member was living in his home. And he knew it and was protecting him. The Democrat judge and his wife. Federal agents, Department of Homeland Security, raided the home of Dona Ana County Magistrate Judge Jose Cano. Jose Cano arrested a 23-year-old Venezuelan national living in his home who is an illegal alien gang member. And the Democrats, they just, and look, Abrego Garcia was also a wife beater. The Democrats are laying down in front of trains to protect illegal alien wife beaters in the United States. What does that tell you about the Democratic Party? That includes David Brooks and the New York Times and the Panhandler Broadcasting System, PBS, strip all funding from
News Talk 105.9. News now.
WMAL News at 11. Good morning, everyone. I'm John Matthews. At this hour, what many NFL fans have been waiting decades for, an announcement on a new stadium to be built to replace RFK. Redskins legend Joe Theismann's already recorded a hype video for it.
RFK Stadium was the stage for the world's greatest in sports, culture, and entertainment.
Number 7 setting today's stage, which has been on Mayor Bowser's priority list.
They played there. They won there.
Theismann adding,
Let's bring the Commanders home.
The move comes as Congress returns with a $1 billion DC budget fix yet to pass. Barbara Britt, WMAL and WMAL.com.
Russia has announced a temporary pause to their ongoing invasion of Ukraine.
The Kremlin said the 72-hour truce will start at midnight on May 8th and last until May 11th, which coincides with Russia's 80th anniversary celebrations, marking the end of the Second World War. The Kremlin said that Russia believes that the Ukrainian side should follow this example, reiterating Russia's willingness to enter peace talks without preconditions. The White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump has made it clear he wants to see a permanent ceasefire.
While he remains optimistic he can strike a deal, he's also being realistic as well, and both leaders need to come to the table.
Stephanie Bennett, Fox News.
We now have a date for the start of elections to choose a successor for Pope Francis.
The Cardinals met announcing that the conclave will begin on May 7th. That is next Wednesday. And as we look ahead to that, mourners here in Rome are still looking back at the late Pope Francis. More than 70,000 people made their way to St. Mary Major Basilica, where he was laid to rest. And I visited there over the weekend, seeing the long line snaking around the basilica as people waited to go inside and to be able to see the late pontiff's marble tomb.
Fox News' Alex Hogan in Rome. The threat by the Purcellville Town Council to shut down the police department has sparked a recall effort. Petitions are being handed in to the Loudoun Circuit Court today.
Well, some voters are upset with the mayor, the vice mayor, and 2 council members. They're accused of taking actions without public input, including starting the process of eliminating Purcellville's police department. Even though they ultimately funded that department in a dramatic reversal, residents are still continuing with this recall effort.
7 News' Adriana Hopkins. Virginia's nominee for lieutenant governor went on the attack Sunday against Governor Glenn Youngkin's political machine, accusing it of trying to illegally pressure him to drop out. Youngkin on Friday called on John Reed to quit the race after explicit photos tied to Reed's online account surfaced. He says in a video he has nothing to do with those photos.
The insiders in Virginia politics made a big miscalculation if they thought that I would bow down to anyone or run away scared. I'm a conservative Trump supporter, and I'm gay, and everybody knows it.
Youngkin's office has not commented, neither is the campaign for Winsome Earl Sears, the GOP nominee for governor. A unity rally this week, which was to include the entire GOP ticket and Youngkin, has been canceled. The Dow is up 142 points. NASDAQ's down 51. Traffic and weather next.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
When you're in HR, it can feel like nothing is easy. From payroll to PTO, from onboarding to benefits, and everything in between, it's a constant juggle of tasks, systems, and spreadsheets. But your HR software? That's the easy part. Meet Bamboo HR. Trusted by over 34,000 companies, it handles all your HR tasks, payroll, benefits, and time tracking, so your team and your company can grow as fast as, well, Bamboo. And Bamboo HR software is actually easy to use. One simple system that pulls all your people data together in one place, so you can ditch scattered systems and wasted hours on tasks that should only take minutes. Because when HR is easier, you can focus on what matters most, your people. HR is hard. Bamboo HR is easy. Ready to simplify all your HR tasks? For a limited time, get a $100 Visa gift card when you complete a free demo at bamboohr.com/gift card. Again, that's bamboohr.com/gift card. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, if you have ugly yellow toe fungus, you got to hear about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. It works from both the inside and the outside. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. You can check it out at crystalflush.com. Jake started off with a small spot on his big toe, and then it spread and got really bad. His toes were nasty. It was so embarrassing. He was afraid to take his socks off. He hid his yellow and crumbly toes from everyone. He tried everything to get rid of it. Nothing helped. And then we found crystalflush.com. It was the only thing that worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. He's now walking around barefoot again. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. It's not sold in stores, but go check it out at crystalflush.com. They'll even let you try it risk-free so you have nothing to lose. But whatever you do, don't let it get worse. You don't have to live with this anymore. Go check it out now. Just click over to crystalflesh.com.
Steve Hirshhorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
I-95 northbound of Virginia, pretty slow from 644 in Springfield to head on to northbound 495, the inner loop of the Beltway. The earlier accident that caused that delay on 95, try to head onto the Beltway. That was before Braddock Road was cleared. Everything there is now open. Inner loop after that is slow from 123 up to the construction after the toll road along the right-hand side of the roadway. On the outer loop, delays begin near River Road, leaving Montgomery County, heading into Virginia to the construction before the toll road in the right lane. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Lots of sunshine for the remainder of the afternoon. Temperatures in the 70s, mainly clear and cool of high 50s by early tomorrow morning. Clouds will increase tomorrow. We're in the 80s. Chance for storms tomorrow night. I'm 7 News meteorologist Steve Rudin in the First Alert Weather Center.
Right now, 69 at Reagan National. John Matthews, News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Now on 105.9 FM and streaming worldwide on the WMAL app. Chris Plant.
I've been at this for over 40 years. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I ever worked for took border security seriously because you can't have national security if you don't have strong border security. Even President Obama and President Clinton took some steps to secure the border because they understood national security was important. Joe Biden was the first president in the history of this nation who came in office and unsecured the border on purpose. That's just a fact.
That is just a fact. That's Border Czar Tom Homan this morning, a briefing at the White House in the 8 a.m. hour. They start early there. Joe Biden has not woken up yet, and it's almost lunchtime. He is not up for the job. Tom Homan also asks, why you get so emotional? Why do you get so emotional about all this? It's almost as if you care. And the news media quite clearly doesn't. Tom Homan explained why he becomes emotional about all this. He explained why he doesn't take it as casually as the rest of, as the Democrats do, the Democrat Party. Speaking of which, Democrats, Hakeem Jeffries, mentored by the notorious and famous anti-Semite Professor Leonard Jeffries when he was growing up. This anti-Semitism thing, you see the attacks on the Jewish people in New York over the weekend, violent attacks, arrests, police raining bottles down on people who are Jews, the Democrat Party. And then they go around calling everybody Quislings and Nazis while they're firebombing the home of the Jewish governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania on Passover, during Passover. And amazing stuff, these guys. And in New York, attacking the Jewish people as well. Yesterday at the Capitol, the man groper, Cory Booker, Democrat Senator Cory Booker, man groper. If you're a man, stay away from him. He might grope your genitalia. He's done it before. But never mind that. When you're a Democrat, that's okay. No pound me too for any of that, because, these people, yes, sir, just extraordinary stuff. Also, I should mention Kamala Harris is going to give a speech. It's going to be her first speech since she vanished. And last night, I participated in our great annual free speech forum at the Birchmere in Virginia, a great venue, a music venue. And my colleagues and I, we participated in our free speech forum. And one of the, with a great audience of wonderful Americans, one of the questions came up, hey, what about Kamala Harris? Where'd Kamala Harris been all this time? She did kind of vanish. Well, they announced now that she'll be back tomorrow delivering a speech. You'll be surprised to hear in San Francisco at the Palace Hotel. Sounds kind of imperial and imperialist, doesn't it? Amazing stuff. Kamala Harris plans scathing critique of Trump in first major speech since leaving office. She should show up with a phalanx of illegal alien gang members with her. She should dress like a member of MS-13 when she shows up. Yeah, so she's going to give an anti-Trump speech, and the media will adore her for it. They adore murder, though, so you should not be too taken in by all of that. Aren't they amazing? Man, oh man, you gotta remember that the Democrats, they love illegal aliens, they love illegal everything, and when one judge in New Mexico is harboring an illegal alien who's a member of the notorious murderous Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, which is so ubiquitous in the country, in the United States now, that we have an abbreviation for it. We call it TDA. Law enforcement calls the gang TDA because the Democrats imported gang members from Venezuela and from any place they can find gang members. They import jihadis, like Mahmoud Khalil, to college campuses, another 30-something-year-old student, doubtless on a free ride at an Ivy League university, spreading the hatred of the Jewish people and selling the message of genocide for the Jews. Aren't they amazing? You may remember that the Democrats, 145 Democrats, voted against a bill that the Republicans put up, calling to deport illegal aliens who commit sexual assault. And the Democrats voted against it. If you're an illegal alien who committed sexual assault, the Republicans said, you should be deported. And 274 Republicans voted for it. And the Democrats voted against the bill. 145 Democrats voted against a bill that would deport illegal aliens in the country illegally who have committed sexual assault. And again, Tom Homan this morning at the White House talking about why he seems so stressed out about all this.
People always want to say, why are you so emotional when you testify? Why are you so emotional on network? Because if they wore my shoes for 40 years, they'd understand why I'm emotional. I've talked to little girls as young as 9 years old that were raped multiple times by the cartel members. And then when you get to your knees and you talk to that little girl and everything innocent and pure has been ripped from her, when you listen to the Lake and Riley, 17 minutes, that young lady fighting for her life, don't just think, okay, a young woman died. Think of how she died, the terror that she went through. And these children are sexually assaulted. I stood in the back of a tractor trailer and 19 dead people at my feet that baked to death. Illegal immigration is not a victimless crime.
I remember that 19 people in the back of the truck that baked to death. The Democrats, by their policies, by their deeds, not their words, they incite more of this. They create more of this. And January 16th of this year, 145 Democrats voted against a bill that would deport illegal aliens that commit sex crimes in the United States. And is that every single Democrat voted against it because they're goose-stepping in lockstep? They should be wearing armbands. Aren't they amazing? Yes, they are. Man. And now if you're a wife-beating illegal alien and you go to court in Milwaukee, as the illegal alien woman beater did in Milwaukee on Friday, and then the judge was arrested on Friday because the Democrat judge, and again, we got illegal aliens, now a second illegal alien arrested because it's part of a nationwide network of thieves of illegal aliens. And the illegal alien that stole DHS Secretary Kristi Noem's purse at a restaurant in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, on Easter Sunday. She was having Easter dinner with her family. And the Democrat Party is fine. They're fighting for more of this. Just remarkable. What has happened to the Democratic Party, the so-called Democratic Party? Just amazing. And if you arrest the judges, let's go to soundbite number 7. If you arrest the judges, which the federal government is now doing because judges can't break the law That's a constitutional crisis. That's the end of our constitutional republic. That is the end of civilization. The judges are so filthy corrupt that they are bringing criminals out the back door of the courthouse and helping them to escape justice. That judge should be disbarred, not just removed from the bench, but she'd be disbarred and never allowed to practice law again. She should just go into, human child sex trafficking. There is on MS-13 DNC, a Democrat by the name of Michael Hardaway, who used to work for Hakeem Jeffries, who is a well-known anti-Semite. I still have to get to the anti-Semitism in New York, because the Democrats are the party of everything evil. More than 1 million abortions in 1 year. And if you raise an eyebrow, they'll attack you and, call you Hitler or whatever, while they murder 1 million innocent children a year. Never mind that. It's choice. Whose choice? Yeah. No, the Manson family murdered a bunch of people. That was their choice. Not the choice that the people they murdered would have made, but for Democrats, here is the Hakeem Jeffries guy, now former Michael Hardaway. How dare you, on MS-13 DNC, how dare you arrest judges?
This is all a clown show. This is clearly an attempt by the Trump administration to declare war on the judicial branch. In my perspective, this is about intimidation and intimidating any potential judges over the next several years that could stand in the way of whatever Donald Trump wants to do.
I'm sorry, declaring war, you mean the lawfare that you waged against him? Isn't it amazing? None of these people who are so upset now, irate now, the end of the Constitution, none of them raised an eyebrow when Donald Trump was arrested again and again. And I'd ask Chuck Schumer, what was it that Donald Trump was arrested for again? What was he? He was found guilty on 34 felony counts, I think. What was that, for a non-disclosure agreement, which every network enters into multiple times every year? Where in the world is Matt Lauer? And nobody raised an eyebrow at any network. Just amazing. And then Deep State darling, the corrupt former FBI corruptnik who is Deep State on LSD, Andrew McCabe. He was on CNN. Oh, no. Arresting judges just for sneaking criminals out the back door and defying federal law enforcement when they're here to arrest an illegal alien who beat the hell out of women. Is that a problem? And again, everybody they love is, I'm amazed Luigi Mangione didn't shoot a woman down because they'd still be worshiping him. But they are worshiping him for gunning down a father of two on a sidewalk in New York. Andrew McCabe, the very, very corrupt, disgraced, fired or forced to resign former FBI official.
When you start looking at how the judge was treated after the events that led to the charge, so where and when and how she was arrested, and the fact that she was arrested at the courthouse rather than her own residence, the fact that she was placed in a jail cell for hours before her arraignment was called in the court later in the afternoon. These things are unprecedented.
I'm sorry, wasn't Donald Trump arrested and thrown in a prison where like 4 people a month die in Atlanta, Georgia, and mugshotted? And you filthy fascist, you quisling, Andrew McCabe is one of the leading deep state criminals in America.
Typically, upstanding members of the community who have no criminal history and aren't accused of a violent act are allowed to self-surrender at the time of their arraignment.
Like Trump?
The fact that they did not offer that courtesy to her and instead went out of their way to treat her harshly, I believe is an act of performative cruelty on behalf of the Department of Justice, which is not the way any Department of Justice should be acting.
And I'm sorry, what was President Trump arrested for and charged with again? Was he shielding a wife-beating illegal alien, a woman-beating illegal alien? And then you've got a Democrat state senator in the formerly great state of Wisconsin. Boy, these people really have to go. And they're calling for more violence. And the Governor Pritzker in Illinois. There is a state senator in Wisconsin named Chris Larson, and very angry. It's the end of democracy. It's authoritarianism because a judge that broke the law, quite obviously, and by the way, she was processed and released on her own recognizance. Wisconsin's Democrat state senator Chris Larson.
We call for the return to American law and
administration's ham-fisted attempts to replace it with authoritarianism. We soundly and roundly reject fascism in the United States of America.
Here we go again. Said the fascists that arrested their political opponents all over the place and people that worked for the Trump administration and on. These people, and that's he's a Democrat. Just to the south there is Illinois, where the bloated, corpulent, inherited billionaire J.B. Pritzker is saying that no Republican should be given a moment of peace ever. They're going to fire on Fort Sumter one of these days. You know, Mother's Day is coming, and as Mother's Day approaches, I want to highlight an organization that cares very deeply for mothers, and that is Preborn. Preborn's network of clinics offers love and life and support for pregnant mothers being pressured to make the ultimate choice, right? Choice. It's not a one-way choice. When a distressed young mother comes to Preborn, she's welcomed with open arms and offered a free ultrasound to hear and see the precious life growing inside of her, hoping that she will choose life. So this Mother's Day, you can help bring life to both a mother in need and an at-risk baby. One ultrasound is only $28. 5 ultrasounds are $140. Every penny goes toward loving mothers and babies, you know, human life. Remember when that mattered in the United States? And when you become a monthly sponsor, you're going to receive pictures and stories of the lives that you helped to save. So to get involved, simply dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's dial pound 250, the keyword is baby, or visit preborn.com/plant. That is preborn.com/PLANTE. Yes, sir. Yeah, the Democrats, they're not exactly the party of life and prosperity, are they? I have so little time and so much to get to. They're in New York terrorizing Jewish people for being Jewish after firebombing the Jewish governor's home in Pennsylvania. All the Democrat Party, all of it.
You're listening to the Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.
Hi, Relentless.
Making sense of the news. Hey, Warriors, how's your trail therapy sound right now?
I was doing some research.
Nissan Armada Pro 4X.
I'm glad to see that you said hi.
Turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your in-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here.
Time is it? 11:24.
When you're in HR,
At the end of my radio program, which is 12 o'clock, I'll stay open for a little bit. I'll post the link. We'll have a lunch hour discussion, or if nobody wants to come up, I'm going to go meet me. Well, I just ate, actually. So, but it's nice out, and I'm itching to go outdoors. In fact, you know what?
One simple system that pulls all your people data.
I put off till tomorrow that what I could do today. There you are, Rusty. If you think you're fucking brave, Rusty. Come on, Rusty. I'll call you Rusty. Fucking Rustolium. Come on, you fat, ugly bitch. I'll put a bag over your head and then put a flag over your head and fuck you for Old Glory. Rusty. Wasn't for me, men like me, you wouldn't have your little freedom that you got. So you gonna take me to court, huh? Rusty? Come on.
Weekdays at noon, the kind of thing I pay attention to. I'm looking at News Talk 105.9 WMAL, making sense of the news.
I think my left side is better than my right side.
75 years of policy.
Why does my light do that? That fucking changes.
This is 75 years of the muscular.
So anybody want to come up? Come on up.
The Bigger Pockets Podcast Network is your home for real estate investing.
Made that bitch go live again today, and she's crying like a fucker. Yeah, aren't you there, Marie Lubapina? Huh? You gonna go file a complaint in a court somewhere that I said your real name on the internet? Out here trying to make you make up your own court system.
Hey girl, school's on. I'm getting hungry. Car changing lanes. You want to meet me for pizza? Stop sign. Intersection clear. Yeah, street. Pizza sounds good.
If it were that important, you would have the cops would have been here serving me a warrant a long time ago. Yeah.
Stop the text. Stop the wrecks. How will you stop texting and driving? Tell us.
Yeah.
Stop wrecks, stop
The irony.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic
YouTube's
Administration and the Ad Council.
#1 doxer complaining about people doxing her. That word doxing. It's pretty simple. If I didn't want anybody to know who I am, I wouldn't fucking come here. It's that fucking simple. No, you're dumb enough to use your real name. No, you're dumb enough to try to hide. Since I've been around, you guys been having a problem. About it, Rusty. You think you fucking run the show out here? Come on, Marie Lubapina. Come on, go backstage with me. Let's have a fucking one-on-one real talk where nobody listens. Just you and me. You want to be the first one to go backstage alone with me? Come on, Rusty. I think everybody would enjoy that. They'd be fucking talking about us forever. No? You don't want to come up? I think you're fucking restreaming me. I did check to see what it takes to report and all that. I filled in all the information and I said, what's the sense? What's the fucking sense? That I'd be playing into your hand. You go ahead, restream me. I'll let the fucking chatters decide. It's always best. You let the customers decide. You give the customers what they want.
Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Relentless. They've been in my chat all morning. I've been live 4 hours, 43 minutes.
It's all the cruelty. The cruelty is like Mel Brooks. The cruelty of it all. Arresting the
Another half hour, I'll be leaving unless I decide to leave now. I'm getting to that point. Been live 4 hours, 43 minutes. Everybody's got the news, what's going on. The fucking judge is getting arrested and they're crying about. Why are judges allowing people to go free like that?
Where Al Sharpton started deadly riots years ago against the Jewish people, and the Democrats are still waging war against Jews. If you're Jewish and you're a Democrat, your brain is broken. Let's go to the phones again, Michael. Let's go to Craig, calling from Gaithersburg, Maryland. Craig, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, good afternoon, Chris.
Hey, Craig.
I need some help, and I was hoping that you could refresh my memory. I'm going to take you back to I think it was June of 2000, and how did the Democrat Party and the corrupt media, but I repeat myself, how did they frame the raid on Elian Gonzalez's uncle's house and that infamous seizure of that child at 7 years old at the time, and then deported back to Cuba? That was under the Clinton administration, the INS and the DEA agencies, I believe, that performed that raid and whatnot.
Yeah, young alien. I always called him illegal alien Gonzalez. Yeah, and the Clinton people sent rifle-toting, helmet-wearing, body armor-wearing federal agents in to grab him, to send him back to communism, where he's been used as a propaganda tool ever since. Democrats.
Have you ever seen such cruelty?
This is the Chris Plant Show.
WMAL-FM, Woodbridge, Washington, a Cumulus media station.
Making sense of the news.
News Talk 105.9. News now.
WMAL News at 11:30. I'm Heather Curtis. Breaking this hour, a jubilant D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser with an announcement she's been hoping to make for 10 years. A deal's been struck to bring the Commanders back to RFK Stadium.
So I want to start by saying, welcome home.
Commanders owner Josh Harris.
We want to bring the Commanders home with a new RFK that our fans will love, our opponents will fear.
He says the $2.7 billion investment is the single largest private investment in district history. It's not a done deal yet. It still requires council approval, and Chair Phil Mendelson and others have said they don't want to spend taxpayer dollars on a stadium. Traffic and weather next.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Here's Seaper Shorn in the Hadid Carpet Cleaning Traffic Center.
We're at the Beltway now. The outer loop is pretty slow. River Road across the Legion Bridge down to the work zone after Georgetown Pike before the toll road along the right-hand side of the roadway. Inner loop is pretty slow right now also from Route 5 Branch Avenue over to St. Barnabas Road with the accident there on the left shoulder. Then on the inner loop and delays leaving Tyson's from 123 up to the construction after the toll road in the right lane. Fairfax County Parkway in delays northbound into the construction before Pope's Head Road down to one lane there. Now from GarageDoorRepair.com, the WMAL Stormwatch 7 forecast.
Today, sunny with a high near 80. Tonight, mostly clear, a low around 54. Right now, 69 degrees with bright sunny skies in Washington. I'm Heather Curtis, Sun News Talk 105.9 WMAL.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions. Your phone has a lot of apps, but how many of them help you make sense of your world? The new WMAL app gives you the latest headlines, perspective from the voices you trust, and weather info to keep you in the know, all without having to remember yet another password.
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
Stream your favorite shows, get the day's top headlines, and access our podcast archives, all with the new WMAL app.
Thank you.
Get the WMAL app today on Google Play or the Apple App Store, and stay connected.
Well, spring is in the air, but your beautiful rugs and carpets at home, in the office, well, filled with stuff from winter and last year and the year before that, and all kinds of salt and sand and dirt and pet hair. You need a healthy spring refresh. You need Hadid. The Hadid difference is Joe Hadid's unique combination of traditional cleaning methods and modern equipment, giving your home or office that deep down professional hygienic clean that cannot be matched. And right now, you can save even more money without compromising Hadid quality on rugs that qualify for Hadid's Express service. The same amazing Hadid cleaning for less cash. They also do expert repair and restoration as well. They did at my house. Call today and take advantage of 15% off all in-plant rug cleaning and get your spring freshness on. Visit joehadid.com today.
Hey, weekend warriors, how's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Searching HVAC near here.
Right here, ma'am. How can we help?
Wow, nobody local? Huh.
Wait, what? We are an HVAC company literally in your neighborhood. Why is she not seeing us?
Just all the big chains. Well, it is what it is.
What in the... Can you not see us?
Nope, they can't see you because you're buried deep in the list of local HVAC providers. You are invisible online. Introducing Cumulus Boost. Get a boost, get found, get on the map. Learn more at cumulusboost.com.
WMAL, making sense of education because what's happening in your kid's school matters. Download the WMAL app to stream us for free.
Why do the Democrats love crime? And no, it's because they love criminals. They raise criminals. They eat with criminals. They sleep with criminals. They like crime. I don't know what's the matter with them. The Department of Homeland Security spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin, wonderful spokeswoman, Assistant Secretary at Department of Homeland Security, Tricia McLaughlin, saying, the Democrats are very upset about arresting a judge who was aiding and abetting an illegal alien criminal that beat the heck out of a woman. And Tricia McLaughlin is having none of it.
Since President Trump took office, we've seen these activist judges trying to subvert the will of the American people and the mandate that President Trump was given on November 5th, 2024. But this is just beyond the pale. I mean, take the Wisconsin judge. The fact that she led this individual, this illegal alien, American people should know what the charges against him were: strangulation, suffocation, battery, other domestic abuse charges. This is no innocent guy. And as far as the New Mexico case, it went beyond just harboring this member of Tren de Aragua. The wife and that judge actually went so far as to destroy evidence. We are going to continue to go after these activist judges, especially in such egregious cases like this.
So you're a Democrat. You go to some filthy law school, some house of ill repute like Harvard Law, where Barack Obama went, and then you're a brainwashed, glassy-eyed zombie. You come out being pro-crime, and then Democrats make you a judge, and then you're sneaking criminals out the back door who torture and beat and strangle women, and the Democrats have your back. Kind of an amazing world we live in. Now, the Attorney General of the United States is Pam Bondi, or Pam Biondi, as the Democrat leader of the United States Senate would say, the Lizard King, Chuck Schumer, who is a horrible, horrible ghoul of a person, a ghastly organ harvesting lunatic. But he calls her Pam Biondi. He doesn't know her name. He doesn't know her name. He doesn't know the name of the Attorney General. He's the Democrat leader in the U.S. Senate. And he got her name wrong repeatedly this morning. Isn't that amazing? But the Attorney General of the United States is Pam Bondi, former Attorney General of the state of Florida. And she's talking about Democrat Judge Dugan in Milwaukee that committed what I think has got to be felony crime, sneaking a criminal out the back door when she's supposed to be the judge, you know?
Nope. Not much. What are you up to? Yeah. I was just wondering if you were going to the store, if I'd catch a ride with you or not. Okay. No. I'll help the guy out. He needs help. He's getting old and bent over. I seen him. The old guy. Well. All right, well, I'll be ready when you get here then. Okay, thanks, Frank. I appreciate that. Yeah, man. Bye.
That's my ride. Going to show up at 1 o'clock. I got all kinds of people. Yeah.
Because Doug Emhoff hit her so hard. So the Democrats, it's not like they have no familiarity with any of this. Amazing stuff. Pam Bondi is the Attorney General. She is a woman. She knows what a woman is, unlike Ketanji Brown Jackson, Joe Biden's pick for the Supreme Court, who does not know what a woman is because she's not a biologist. she should be forced to step down from the Supreme Court. These people, and they want to pack the Supreme Court. That's how filthy third world banana republic corrupt they are. Pam Bondi, Attorney General.
You know, domestic violence cases, it's hard enough to get a victim to cooperate. Both victims were sitting in that courtroom wanting justice with a state prosecutor. Court goes on. All of a sudden, the case isn't on the docket. Defendant's nowhere to be found. They found out that the judge learned that ICE was outside because he was an illegal alien from Mexico to arrest him, to deport him. She found that out. She raised her voice with ICE, told them to go see the chief judge, came back in. While court was going on, she motioned for the defense attorney and the defendant to come up, snuck them out through a private chamber. You can't make this up.
Well, you don't have to make it up. The Democratic Party is inflicting this on civilization. Our constitutional republic is in danger because of the Democratic Party at the highest levels. Pam Bondi, who, again, Chuck Schumer doesn't even know her name. And the idiot news anchor is sitting there with the Lizard King, Chuck Schumer, doesn't correct him because she's a bootlick for the Democrat Party. And then what happened? Because you got the illegal alien woman beating. Is he a gang member or just a human trafficker, just a wife beater like Doug Emhoff? What is the... But what happened then?
ICE ended up chasing him down the street. Someone saw him, chased him, caught him eventually. But, you know, the reason ICE, they make arrests in courtrooms all the time is because it's safe. A defendant has gone through security. They don't have a weapon. It's an easy arrest. No one's injured. But because she did this, she jeopardized the lives of law enforcement officers, even the defendant. By doing this, they had to have a chase down the street while victims of a crime were sitting in a courtroom.
Yeah, and they're feminists, are they? They're gangists. They're criminalists. They're lovers of Luigi Mangione. And honestly, I think they'd be applauding the Manson family murders at this point. I honestly think, we were talking about this last night, I think a very significant percentage of Democrat voters today would cheer a September 11th style attack on the United States. Crashing planes full of airliners full of civilians into buildings full of civilians and the Pentagon. And I honestly think the Democrats, some did cheer it then, but I think a significant percentage of the Democrat Party would cheer that today. Now, let's go because Chuck Schumer to number 16, Dana Bash, whose ex-husband now was an Obama administration official that participated in the lie, that felonious 51 letter about the New York Post reporting on the Hunter Biden laptop, which was all correct and accurate. Just to, remind you who Dana Bash is, talking to the Lizard King, Chuck Schumer. And they want to talk about illegal aliens and judges helping criminals to escape and the gang members and the wife beating and the woman beating and the Democrat senators like Chris Van Hollen going to El Salvador to meet with the wife beating gang member, Abrego Garcia. No, this is what they talked about.
John Ossoff told voters at a town hall that he strongly agrees that President Trump should be impeached. Do you agree with him?
Right now, President Trump is violating rule of law in every way. And we're fighting him every single day. As
But you're not ruling out.
American people are realizing.
You're not saying no.
Look, it's too far away to even judge.
Let's impeach every Democrat nominated judge, and let's impeach every Democrat in the United States Senate. Let's impeach Governor J.B. Pritzker for calling for violence against Republicans, which is ubiquitous. Ask Steve Scalise, ask Donald Trump. They even firebomb Democrat Governor Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania because he's Jewish and he's not anti-Israel and pro-Hamas enough. And, the news media just dropped that story. That was another one-day story. Like the shooting of Steve Scalise was a one-day story. Now let's get to the violent, criminal, anti-Semite party, much like the Nazi party, the Democrat Party. Here's a headline today. Pro-Palestinians called to flood Crown Heights this Monday. That's today, by the way. And they committed violence there over the weekend. Now, Crown Heights is a very Jewish neighborhood in Brooklyn, New York. and an Israeli official was visiting New York, and the mobs of Jew-hating, Nazi-like Democrats were out there violently attacking anybody Jewish. The headline in the Washington Post didn't cover it. The Jewish news service, outrageous anti-Zionist group targets Ben-Gvir Chabad headquarters in New York. Ben-Gvir is the visiting Israeli official. Chabad is a conservative, religiously conservative Jewish group in Brooklyn. This is the same neighborhood that Al Sharpton started riots in against the Jews years ago, where at least one Jewish man was murdered by the mob of violent criminal supporters of the Reverend Al Sharpton. But the New York Post has story today, 6 arrested after anti-Israel protesters clash with Hasidic Jews outside Brooklyn synagogue where Israeli official was visiting. And they violently attacked because they're Jewish, like the Nazis they are. 6 people were arrested after anti-Israel protesters clashed with Hasidic Jewish locals in their own neighborhood outside a prominent Brooklyn synagogue where an Israeli national security minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, was making an appearance late Thursday. But it continued over the weekend. The demonstrators kicked off the Chabad Lubavitch World Headquarters, Crown Heights, just before 9:30 p.m. Protesters rallied against Ben-Gvir's appearance because he's the Jew. And they support and defend Mahmoud Khalil at Ivy League universities because he is calling for genocide against the Jewish people on the planet Earth. And this is, make no mistake, this is 100% on the Democrat Party. 100% on the Democrat Party. And they are virulent, genocidal anti-Semites who are violently attacking at a conservative, religiously conservative, not politically conservative, religiously conservative. And then there's a young student that we've heard from before at Harvard University. His name is Shabbos Katzenbaum, and he's a smart young guy, and he's been harassed and I believe assaulted by the Jew haters at Harvard and terrorized by members of the Democrat Party. And he was on the television on the Fox News channel early this morning.
It's absolutely ludicrous. First of all, at Harvard University, 97% of the faculty identify as liberal, so it's really not a shock at all that you have these faculty who are taking extreme measures that are completely unwarranted. At the end of the day, President Trump has been incredibly clear, first on the campaign trail and now as president, that if you're a foreign student, for example, who violates the term of his student visa, if you're a professor who discriminates against your own students, then yes, there will be consequences.
The Trump administration has discussed, the news media would say, is threatening to pull money. Why would the U.S. taxpayers give $9 billion to Harvard University when they have a $53 billion endowment? They charge $100 and something thousand a year per student. They pay their professors $900,000 a year. The former president, what's her name, Claudine Gay, who was forced to resign because of her allowing this Nazi-like activity on the Harvard University campus. And they said, well, stay on as a professor. We'll pay you $930,000 a year to not teach anything. But the Democrats are really, no, we have to keep funding with billions of tax dollars to Harvard University, where anti-Semitism is so rampant. And here is Shabbos Katzenbaum talking about Harvard and why, honestly, why would cab drivers in Arizona have their tax dollars, their federal tax dollars, go to Harvard University? And the answer is corruption from the Democratic Party and people like Barack Hussein Obama. Here's Shabazz Ketzenbaum.
Harvard University has become a bloated institution with a endowment $54 billion, larger than those countries' GDP. And what the president has done is simply said, well, if these institutions are not going to enforce civil rights law on their own campus, then the American taxpayer isn't going to subsidize this. This is not something that's unprecedented. This has happened before when the federal government withheld funds from racist schools that refused to integrate. President Obama threatened to withhold funds from institutions that were considered sexist or transphobic. This is not an unprecedented attack on higher education. It's simply President Trump saying that we're going to ensure that all students are treated with equality under the law. This is exactly why I campaigned and voted for Donald Trump. Promises made are now promises kept.
Now, there's so much I want to share. It was a crazy Democrat woman on an airplane that attacked a guy for wearing a MAGA hat. I want to share that with you. But first, I want to go to Chelsea Manning. Remember Bud Light, tranny, cross-dressing, mental case, who is cheering for Luigi Mangione, who gunned down Brian Thompson, the healthcare CEO, on a sidewalk in New York.
It's highly unprecedented. I mean, we'll obviously we'll see how the court goes and how the case runs, but it's very unprecedented for a speed run.
Very.
That's what this is. This is a speed run. You don't speed run justice.
Very unprecedented. Unprecedented means very unprecedented. It means it's never happened before, right? Pretty amazing stuff. But Chelsea Manning, he's out cheering for Luigi Mangione, and he's a he, and he's mentally ill, and he is a Democrat, and the Democrat Party worships him. He's out there cheering for Luigi Mangione, the killer, and he should get the gentlest treatment possible.
How do you feel about them wanting to give him the death penalty? So that was unprecedented. Obviously, they weren't going to do that until this case was highly politicized. I'm a supporter of the justice system being done in a fair manner. And I feel important. I feel it was important for me to witness that and to observe that, and now I understand why.
Yeah. Yeah, Chelsea Manning, cross-dressing, mentally ill Manning, hero of the Democrat Party, like Luigi Mangione. They're all in this together, you know. It's a mental illness. It's at one of these days, very soon, we're going to have to declare that membership in the Democratic Party is officially a mental illness. As Luigi Mangione out at a rally of Democrats supporting a murderer, Luigi Mangione, because they all want to have sex with him. It is a mental illness called the Democrat Party. Wait to hear this lady on an airplane speaking of mentally ill Democrats.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show. News Talk 105.9 WMAL. Making sense of the news. Hey, weekend warriors. How's a little trail there?
All right, that's the end of that. Somebody will be here about 1 o'clock or so to pick me up because I got to go do something. I'll eat a couple of chips. Wow, Camp, who's using your name? It says Edward on the. I went to the channel and it was just made April 6th. Wow, Camp, you supporting Rusty? Come on up here and delve into paranormal with me, Camp. Come on up. Let's talk about spirits. I got a story that'll scare you, Shan. I've always been nice to you, Shannon Campbell. Mm-hmm. I don't know who's cloning you. Somebody is. I did clone you the other day. I did. No, you guys, you want to sit there and listen to Shannon is my name, Shannon Morrow, and, you know, all the fucking shit they do over there. I went to go up on her panel. She wouldn't let me up. So none of her people should have one word to say about me. But you know, I'm not Rusty. I don't go around fucking telling people not to talk about me. I don't try to control people's speech. Now, you chicken shits, it's just a matter of time on any issue. Old Rusty muted me because my radio program come on. She didn't want to record that. Won't be no court. Just to make conversation. It's like reading a science fiction novel. Not into science fiction. Really. I'm into science. Science says there's two genders. Either you're born a girl or a boy. It's that simple. So the question is, who triggers Rusty more, Wiggin or Billy? It's a contest. Oh, there probably could be a few more names added into that. Rusty been begging to be recognized on Discord. Yeah, JT fucking begging. You guys are over at Shannon's now. Lame. Do something, Rusty, you fat ugly bitch. Fucking scumbag bitch. You're a scumbag. Well, since you're not brave enough to come up on my panel, Rusty, I'm cutting this broadcast off and I'll be back later. Chicken shit. Thanks for coming, everybody. I've enjoyed this morning.